My name is Lenya, so I'm the one that you've been getting all the emails from, and I'm the one who pulled together this workshop. And I work for the University of California Agriculture and Natural Resources, where I lead up our statewide fire team. So if any of you are familiar with cooperative extension, we are a statewide fire cooperative extension team. So we do all kinds of stuff, but over the last few years, it's been my pleasure to pull together these fish and fire workshops for SRF. And originally, about 3 years ago, Dana reached out to me and asked if I'd be willing to work on this. It's something that had never really happened at the SRF conference. The fire had not been a theme, and of course, it should be, right? And so I jumped on it. I love fish people. I used to work in watershed restoration, and it's really close to my heart, so a lot of my favorite people come to this conference, so it seemed like a natural fit. And I teamed up with Josh Smith from the Watershed Research and Training Center, and we've been hosting these workshops now for 3 years. This is our 3rd annual, and I hear it's one of the most popular workshops at the conference, so that's pretty exciting. We have, I think, 102 people signed up for this, so super cool. Thanks for being here and taking time to spend the day with us. So a few quick logistics. If anyone brought swag that they wanted to share, I created a rack. Well, I did not create the rack, but I put stuff on the rack because they are table limited. So that is a rack for swag. That, I'm not totally sure what to do with that, but I think what we should do is if you go over and something speaks to you, then take it. That's kind of the idea. Maybe just take one thing, and they're all from different events, and I don't even know what's over there. I brought 2 shirts, but Will brought some stuff, and my sister-in-law Steph brought some stuff, and so did others. So go over there and check it out on the breaks. The other exciting thing is that we have a door prize table because I got a small grant to support this workshop. And so I bought a bunch of books, and I brought a couple shirts with some of my art, just for fun. And then someone else donated a really cool looking children's, I think it's a children's book, I didn't read it yet. And then I put a hat over there. So Josh is demonstrating the door prize area. There's some handouts on that table and some booklets that are free. So there's something called the Good Fire Report, which is all about cultural fire and policy. That's free. You can take those. So yeah, Josh, can you demonstrate what's free and what's not? Okay, those are free. And the handouts, and then those are not free. Well, they are free, but you have to get your name drawn. So between every talk, we're going to draw 3 names, because I printed all your names on pieces of paper. And we're going to pull them from my special envelope, and then you're going to get to go up there and take one item off the door prize table. And I'm really excited about the big book. That is Fire in California Ecosystems. It's a textbook, basically, but it's a really great resource for understanding fire regimes and all the different ecosystems in California. So if you're someone who likes to nerd out on that stuff, take one of those. It's a really great book. The other book over there is a book by Harold Biswell that's an old book, but it's like an oldie but a goodie, and it's all about prescribed fire in California. So it's a fun one. It has some interesting history and anecdotes, and if you haven't read that and you're interested in prescribed fire, that's a good one too. So I wanted to get a little sense for who's in the room before we get started on our talks. So I'm curious, how many of you work more in the fisheries side of things or watershed restoration kind of stuff? Okay, so it's 2/3. Now, we actually have some of our fire people in the room, which I'm really excited about too. So who leans more toward fire? Okay, so there are a few of us, which is awesome. And then there are a few people who do both, like Will and others. So who are you that do both fish and fire, which is super cool. So that's awesome. Who drove more than 5 hours to get here? Okay, actually, not as many as I would have expected. Who's with a tribe or a tribal organization? Awesome. Who's academic? NGO. And then do we have any feds in the room? I know Karen should be here and some others. Yay! Thank you for sneaking your way to the conference. We support you and are in solidarity with you. Who else did I miss?
Fishermen.
Consultants. Fishermen? Is that it? What else? The state. Oh yeah. You think I would know that one, being at the University of California. Okay, cool. Let's see, is there anything else I forgot? Josh, is there anything else I forgot? Okay. Well, Josh is going to introduce our first set of speakers.
Yeah, we're very happy to have Carolyn Rodriguez and Elizabeth Rodriguez from Amamatsun Land Trust, and to welcome us. And yeah, come on up. Thank you.
Hi everyone. So I'm Carolyn and Elizabeth. Well, this is my sister Elizabeth. We are members of the Amamatsun Tribal Band, and we're here, yes, to give the welcome on behalf of the tribe, but also the Land Trust. A little bit about me before we get started is I will share a little bit about my work later today, but I'm currently a Ph.D. candidate at UCLA. I'm in education, but I focus on science education and culturally revitalizing and sustaining pedagogy. So how within our community we can teach science from a traditional perspective. But yeah, and I'm going to teach.
Mishmina Roja, good morning. I'm Elizabeth, also a tribal member of Amamatsun tribe. I'm currently a student at Fresno City College, learning for anthropology, and we're also involved with the youth group for our tribe.
Yeah, and so for those that are new to the area, we are, Santa Cruz sits on the Wash Wash territory, which was our relative, a nearby village. And so we have spent time learning, reconnecting with our traditional lands, which is from Santa Cruz down to about before like Moss Landing, and then inland from like Gilroy to like Hollister. And our ancestors were enslaved at Mission Santa Cruz and Mission San Juan Bautista. So we have a lot of relational ties to the land. And of course, there's the violent history that if you don't know about it, I recommend that you learn the history and learn about the native lands that we're on, and how also within your work you can support native research, indigenous-led research, and also whatever environmental needs that are impacting communities and relationships to land. So we, and also just more on the youth group, like that's kind of where we came together and why we got invited to speak. Chairman Lopez unfortunately wasn't able to make it today, but we have been working a lot with our community and gathering youth, so that way we can get them in the Santa Cruz Mountains or in Gilroy or Hollister, so that way they can learn about their culture, our culture, but their connections to the land, and then build relationships to it, which then helps them want to support in the future the land, the water, salmon, everything that, how our ancestors were in relationship with all living beings, like how we can do that today. And so Chairman Lopez, we are going to do our best to share a story from him. And I'm going to pass it off to my sister to get us started. So bear with us. We are going to try to do our best to speak from his perspective and give you his words. But these are the stories that we're learning, and it's a part of our connection and our engagement with the community.
Okay, let me start. Fire is important because fire is a gift from Creator. He gave it to us so that we can keep ourselves warm when it's cold, and so that we can have light when it's dark, so that we can also cook our food. It's a spiritual gift given to us from Creator because we are able to use it for prayer and ceremony, and therefore it's sacred for those reasons. Whenever you have cultural burning, you burn at frequent intervals at a low intensity fire. The fire doesn't get that hot, and so the fire does not produce carbon, which can go into the atmosphere and impact climate change. It also produces charcoal, and when it rains, the water trickles down to the rivers, into the streams, into the creeks, and when it's trickling down, that water is actually being filtered through the charcoal, and it's cleaning it. On the land, when you do the cultural burning, you are actually improving the water quality that goes into the creeks and streams. When you don't have cultural burns, you get the buildup of all that duff. And so as the water goes down, you know when it rains, the water hits the duff, and it has to trickle through all of that. All that duff, before it reaches the ground, the water gets hung up within the duff, and then when it's warm, the water will evaporate and you lose that water. And the water won't reach the ground. And when you look at the impact of the water, the duff greatly reduces the amount of water that goes into a creek. So whenever you do a cultural burning, you're actually increasing the amount of water that runs into the creek. And you're also increasing the purity of the water. The water is much healthier for the fish and all living things, so they go hand in hand. The health of the water and the cultural burning, they work together.
And fire is used to manage landscapes. And so our people used fire so that it can enhance the grassland to give greater seed production, enhance basketry materials, and other resources like the elderberry trees. When you use fire and the sun can reach down into the middle of the elderberry, their shoots will grow up nice, long, and straight, and you can have elderberry clappers and whistles. You can also use the elderberry's long shoots to start a fire, or even for arrows for hunting. So whenever you burn under an oak tree, that smoke is actually going up and cleansing and purifying the tree. And it's a way of a smudge, the way we smudge ourselves before our prayers. So the fire in the forest, not just for the oak trees, but for all trees, when it goes up, that smoke will choke out the bugs that are in the trees. Those bugs will die and fall to the ground and burn. The insects then are not attacking the acorns. So the year after a fire, you get acorns that are very clean with few insects in them. 70 to 80% of them are impacted by insects because you've got those little holes in there, but the smoke from the burn, it burns all those bugs out. And so it enhances our food sources. So we have to recognize the important thing that we have a relationship with fire. We're not afraid of fire. It's a sacred gift and it serves many purposes. So we look forward to today in our conversation with Fire and Fish, and happy to be here. And yeah, we can talk more about the tribe at a later time. But thank you.
Thank you.
In the Waswas country, in our language, as a Miwok person, we refer to the people here as Olowin, and so we're in Olowin Wali, which is Ohlone homelands. So I'm happy to be here, and real pleasure that Lenya reached out to ask me to be here, and yeah, so I kind of think, well, why me in terms of being in front of you? I'm not a fisheries person. My undergrad degree is in wildlife fish and conservation biology. And I spend a lot of work, my time in work that's really focused in indigenous stewardship, that's really focused in conservation. But of all the courses that I always wanted to take as an undergrad and even as a grad student, I never got to take a fisheries class. But a lot of the work that I do ultimately links to into the fisheries aspect. I'm going to pull this mic out and just wander because I'm a nervous person. And, okay, perfect. I'm going to be navigating a bunch of stuff. We'll work on that one. So before I jump in, I'll just say, change is a constant. We know that change happens. It's part of the landscape we live in. It's part of our experience as human beings in the world that we live in. But I guess the question that I ask for us as a group is to think about what are the opportunities and the stewardship practices that we have that have enabled ecosystems and our fisheries and our cultures to persist in place over time, and how is that realized? Sorry, is that not?
It's not working.
It's not working. I'll just say advanced slide. And I'm going to advance it on my own end too. To frame this, I think about the connections between biological diversity and cultural diversity. I like this figure because it really helps to illustrate that global perspective of where cultures and the ecological diversity come together. Ultimately, when I think about this, these biodiversity hotspots, these are also cultural diversity hotspots. These are places where a tremendous amount of stewardship have happened traditionally, and in some cases still occur. That's lesser to an extent here in our region, but hopefully we're on a trajectory to bring that back. Next slide, please. To frame this, I want us to recognize that from an indigenous perspective, the ideas of the climate crisis really began with colonization. The land that we live on had a tremendous amount of stewardship that was taking place prior to European arrival in the Americas. And when we think about those roots of the climate crisis, part of why I'm saying this is that there was a mass depopulation that occurred during that initial arrival of Europeans into the continent that led to something like 55 million loss of lives in the Americas, that then allowed for a rapid cooling which led to a little ice age to occur, and then a mass amount of land use change following that with settlement by Euro-Americans in particular. And so we have a variety of different issues that come about because of land use change, because of the way that we, as a broader society, have treated the land. That includes the impacts of trophic cascades, the introduction of invasive species, some of which we see here in the delta along the banks of the island here. Subsidence in particular in this landscape because of a disconnection of water from the landscape, and altered hydrology and those sorts of things. So those are important points to begin with in terms of understanding the climate crisis. Now, I want to frame us in terms of thinking of like the opportunities around recognizing which legal frameworks that we maybe are operating in. For indigenous peoples, the natural law, the law, like I like to call it, the law of the land, is the guiding principles of how we exist in our society, how we treat the world, and how we relate to the world around us. And in that context, when we think about natural law, there are certain things that we can't regulate out of existence, as we've tried to do in our society and political systems here, policy systems, that includes the state, federal, local laws that have tried to exclude fire from the land, have sought to alter the way that rivers flow, and those sorts of things, which are very fundamental to the way that indigenous peoples think about the landscape. And so these reminders in an indigenous perspective are rooted in our knowledge of sacred geography that roots us to places that talk about where the origins of water come from, where the first fires began, and those sorts of things. And they live in an evolving landscape that helps us to constantly remember what our responsibilities as human beings are. And that is our legal library, if you want to think about it that way. But our knowledge systems are currently unraveled. When we think about the impacts, I'm not advancing. Advance slide, please. Sorry.
Is that one?
Yeah, that's that one. Thanks, Will. You're like the guy there for this, right? So our knowledge systems are unraveled. I should just put this down. This is not helping me. Our knowledge systems are unraveled. And this is Upper Butte Creek. This is the impact of the Dixie Fire in the Upper Butte Creek watershed. When I see fires like this happen, it reminds me of our traditional laws that tell us about the large devastating fires that then put us on a trajectory to be stewards of the land, using fire as a way of doing this. In this context, I see the upper reaches of the Butte Creek watershed being burned, and I think, one, this is somebody's homeland. This is not just somebody's homeland, but this is also the homeland for many of the species that we all care and love and work to protect. One of my elders had shared with me many years ago that, you know, if people, and she was sharing knowledge from one of her elders going back to like the early 1900s, that if people stopped burning, that wildfires would become rampant. And certainly in my lifetime, and I think many of us in this room can relate to this experience, is that we've seen an increase in the size and severity of wildfires that are ultimately impacting the things that we care most about. And, you know, so if I take the example of Butte Creek, and I go now, thank you, to the lower portions of the watershed, this is the Butte Creek Ecological Reserve, which is a small piece of land now owned by the Machuca tribe, through a land back from Chico State. But this is the aftermath of the Camp Fire. This is a place where we had done some stewardship, but not necessarily at the scale that would have made a difference in this particular fire. But the point is that the upper reaches of this watershed, and now this lower section of the watershed have had large devastating fires, and in between, next slide please, are the places where these fish are at. These are our spring run Chinook salmon. And what I fear as a resident of this landscape in Coyamcowie territory is that if we don't properly steward this watershed, one of the last remaining solid runs of spring run Chinook salmon in the Central Valley will be gone. And so, like, we have a huge need to make change. Now, one of the places that I personally had the opportunity to do some of this change happens to be in this landscape. This is the Big Chico Creek watershed. We often talk about these wildfires as being unprecedented, that, you know, these are the challenges that we face in an unprecedented time, yet these are the opportunities that we have. When I look at this watershed and I look down canyon towards Chico, what I see is a place where there was an eagle's nest. I see a place where we've got meadows that we've done a tremendous amount of stewardship in. But at the same time, like, we've seen that maybe it wasn't at the right scale, that we could not affect it at the landscape scale to make the change that we really needed to see happen before the park fire happened this last July. Our greenhouse gas emissions from wildfires really exacerbate a positive climate warming impact that is going to continue to drive these situations. These are the things that we have to do in order to make changes. And I'll put this in our minds to think about, not only are we thinking about our terrestrial landscapes here as a whole, but also if we're thinking to restore these, particularly with fire, what are we doing on the other end of it to sequester carbon in the ecosystems that are not going to be vulnerable to fire, but are currently, I'll say, burning up in air quotes because of the climate crisis. And I'll come into that at the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. I have to share this because this photo was taken just 4 months before the park fire happened. And in this bottom of this canyon are those places that I was talking about where we've done fire stewardship, but not at the scale that would have made a difference. So my question is, what if we could get it to scale? What would that look like? How resilient would this place be? And what would it be like for our fisheries? I'll have to say something politically here for a moment, and that is that we often, in the current administration, you know, we're at 100 days now in the federal administration. I usually don't go this way. But we've seen executive orders and policy mandates that are coming forward that really tell us, oh, you know, maybe we need to continue to increase the amount of logging capacity that we have. This is on Sierra Pacific Industries land in the Butte Creek watershed. We're not going to log our way out of this. We know that we cannot log our way out of this. Fire is a process on the land. There's always going to be residual materials on the land, and we see that in this photograph here, that logging is just not going to be able to help us with. So fire is the solution. And then, I have to throw a little bit of art in here too, that I'm playing around with digital art, as Lenya likes art too, is that we also can't just blame what is referred to as a stupid little fish, which is a very important fish for me, is the double smelt in our landscape. And why is that it's an indicator of the health of our ecosystem. And so when we see a cascading impact of the loss of these fish and many other species from our landscapes, we know something's out of whack. So this takes me back to my early career in thinking about systems that have inspired me. And this is one place that early inspiration came for me. This is Eagle Meadow on the Stanislaus National Forest. And I came across this picture last year when I was involved in helping to write work for the mature and old growth forest synthesis under the Biden administration's work. And what this picture to me represents is a reminder of old growth processes and how we need to enact and actuate around our old growth processes. And you know, what I saw in the summer that I was working in this landscape, this was back in 1995, was something that really set me on a trajectory where I'm at today. And I wrote a message on the back of this photograph that I came across last year after many years of being like stored away, is that under these trees, one can hear the voice of the past and future worlds. And I thought, wow, like I was a pretty young person then, but that was what I saw in this landscape. So we have to come back, we have to connect to these places from time to time and think about, like, one, what is our source of motivation and what is our grounding, but then act on it. Thinking about our landscapes and the heterogeneity that exists across our landscapes, there's a lot of different ecosystems that connect, and hence the name for why I said, you know, for this presentation, that connects from the mountaintops to the estuary and beyond, is that in our worldview, like there's this connection across these ecosystems and stewardship that occurs across these ecosystems. I like to particularly focus on the importance of riparian ecosystems because they are one of the most high net primary productivity ecosystems that we have in the state. But you know, when we tailor that and think about, okay, what other ecosystems produce a lot, those include things like our tidal marshes and our estuaries. Getting again back to the idea of like, what are the places that we could be investing to reduce the greenhouse gas emission side of it. So I'll start at the summit. This is a place where I'll begin that conversation around the old growth processes in a place called Mayalawata. In the Washoe language, this is a place that is very significant to Washoe people. It's a place that is a big meadow that's about 300 acres in area that, without Washoe stewardship, has become encroached by these conifers. A place that huckleberries and blueberries would have been collected in the summertime is now basically a Douglas fir forest. And the tribe is grappling with the restoration of this to bring back cutthroat trout and other species back into this place. But this frames, one, a recognition of indigenous knowledge in terms of what past conditions were there, but also what stewardship practices were in place around that, what we think about for like ecocultural restoration. And the indigenous knowledge that's based in that is really critical to how we may be thinking about addressing our future stewardship of these landscapes. So I'm going to bring it down to the estuary. These are my homelands. I am fortunate to come from a pretty cool place, I think, that is like the boundary between the saltwater and the freshwater in the Delta. In these landscapes, we name places. These are our villages. These are some of the villages. But some of these place names include a recognition of fish, like Chukumne, that is the place of the Delta smelt, and the place of the fishnet, McCollummy. These names are indicators of what things should be in these areas, what we should expect to find in these places. And they might also provide us a sense of what stewardship practices would have maintained species in these areas. So when we think about those historic drivers of stewardship, and Will, you're doing a great job, by the way. Like, I love, you're doing awesome. I think about like the broader connection of knowledge that feeds into like the guiding of that stewardship. And these are just some of those relations that we think about. It's an ecocultural web, as I like to call it. We include, the very top of our creation story with Moloch, the condor, to Sumati, the grizzly, the hopa, the bald eagle, and Awanata, the turtle. They all play an important role in who we are. And Takun, I forgot Takun, the salmon, right? This is the only picture of salmon I have in here, by the way. Sorry. I haven't got to go fishing in a couple of years. I think we're all lamenting that, right? But hopefully soon. These things are all part of a healthy landscape. They're all part of a healthy culture. And when we bring these things together and we act through stewardship and kinship with these species as our relatives, like then we're able to achieve this balance in the world. To guide that a little bit further, I want to introduce us to a concept in Muko, in our language. And this is concept of alelte. Alelte is a term that means to read. And we're an oral language, we're not a written language, but we have this term that means to read. And what alelte means is basically using our senses to identify what's needed in the places that we live. Alelte includes all of the senses that you all are aware of, and then the sixth sense. That is the sense of spirit and the sense of intuition, a life force that we connect with that tells us that we need to do something. So in the next few slides, I'm going to guide us through what that looks like for fire and what it looks like for water. Alelte wage means reading fire. We can look at a place, we can see that, where we might be applying fire. All those landscapes, from the high mountains to the estuary, the tidal areas, are all places that fire has a role, if we understand how to use it in those places. And in some of these places, they haven't seen fire in a really long time, and they suffer because of that. And in some places, we've created policies that have limited our ability to apply fire in these places and other stewardship actions to be able to be effective stewards of the landscapes and ecosystems that we're stewarding. So I'll take us to that place called McCollumine. This is the village at the place of the fishnet. Place of the fishnet, by the way, has its name because of the materials that are used to make fishnets grow abundantly at this location. They're stinging nettles. But this is a place where I've done stewardship with my family, with other families and elders in my lifetime. And going back to my research, dissertation research was fire and riparian ecosystems. That picture in the upper left is the same place that we're burning in this larger picture in the foreground here. But very different system, right? There's 20 years time between these burns. Totally different appeal to it. This is a system that would have been maintained by relatively frequent fire because it's a place that we were stewarding for those nettles and the sedges and the willows and all those other species that are there. So restoring fire to places sometimes includes putting things a little hot next to these areas to get things set back in the ecological reset that we want to get the desired outcomes we want. And just 6 months after burning that last photo, we have this. Riparian ecosystems are highly resilient, they're highly productive. They require frequent fire or they accumulate a massive amount of fuel and then you end up with hot fire. I want to take a moment to just point out, and I was trying to find some info on this to know some more details to share with you, but the State Board of Forestry is currently considering proposed rulemaking on the water course, I have to look at my notes here, water courses and lake protection zone fuels treatments. I bring this up because it's an opportunity for us to think about what are the opportunities for us to really inform how our riparian areas are being stewarded. They're looking at allowing for some exemptions, but in interest to this group, thinking about salmonid restoration, salmon-bearing streams are not currently proposed to be included in that rulemaking. And I think, wow, that's a huge mistake. So I'm hoping that we can actuate around that and think about how we can inform our policymakers in that space and give them the information they need to support the work so that we can all do good work in the land and protect the fish. Continuing to talk about that idea of stewarding with fire also connects us to water in this space. This is the Big Chico Creek Ecological Reserve. Got a native grassland meadow. It's a wet meadow ecosystem. We burn to, one, help to sustain flows into these tributary streams that provide water for spring run fish, but also maintain the health of these plants in this landscape. And we also steward as a way to think about, and it was brought up by our previous speakers from Amamutsun, the ability to steward to fumigate the landscape, but also to provide water or to provide cooling in the landscape with the formation of smoke. And we see this inversion over the watershed here. Those are important because not only is it a cooling effect on the river, but also under certain conditions can enhance the flow by reducing evapotranspiration rates in the watershed to increase the base flow in the streams. That provides the water for fish to be able to survive. I'm not a fishery biologist, but I know that much. So, where are those successes at when we've been able to apply fire in this idea of a lelte, and how does it look in the face of wildfires? In this example, I'm showing where we've applied indigenous cultural stewardship and indigenous informed prescribed burning on the Big Chico Creek Ecological Reserve, a place that's seen now with the park fire, 5 fires in the last 15 years. But it's a small area. But the thing is that I'll point out to you is that it has resisted the severity of the park fire. And it's, well, let's walk over to it. It's right here. So that green is one of the places that we've stewarded frequently. And a lot of those areas that are kind of broad areas further up canyon and down canyon that have that green are places where we've applied this kind of stewardship. Again, not to scale. If we could have treated the whole watershed like this, we probably would have been a lot better off. Let's go ahead and advance. So I want to talk a little bit about greening the water. Let that keep. And largely the idea of reading the water includes this broader knowledge of how to emphasize slow water, right? Nature provided a situation in our landscape, particularly in the Sacramento Valley and Central Valley region, of these basins and sinks that exist along there. But along those tributaries coming out of the mountains, there was a lot of effort to slow water down, to steward it, to allow for infiltration, to store water in the landscape. And these are the kinds of things that were unraveled with the land use changes that have taken place. That kind of stewardship to enhance springs, to stabilize stream banks, and be active stewards in the landscape are all part of this. I have one slide that takes us entirely out of California for a moment, but what do we learn from organisms like beavers? And this is on Tanaka territory in British Columbia. But I took this picture a couple weeks back, flying into to this area, and it's a landscape, one that I see a bunch of beaver ponds in, and I see a tributary to a small tributary stream that ultimately makes its way into a tributary of the Columbia River. And talking to Tanaka people, this is a salmon place that the salmon can no longer get to, but it's a salmon place. And I think about the things that Tanaka people and our people as well would be doing, stewarding, mimicking beaver, mimicking these kinds of things in the landscape. to saturate the land, to slow water, and provide a place for these fish to rear in. In the aftermath of fires, and in this case we see a landscape in the forested areas that had both prescribed fire and a pretty large wildfire in recent history. And yet, like, it still is functioning. It's still doing well. So I'll take us back to the Big Chico Creek Ecological Reserve for a moment and say, like, in this case, when the park fire happened, we had done a lot of work previously to slow water down on the Big Chico Creek Reserve, but there were policy impediments in terms of being able to do this more broadly. When the park fire happened, we thought we need to figure out ways of slowing the water down so that we don't have this huge flush of water hitting Big Chico Creek, coming through Chico, hitting the Sacramento River, and carrying a bunch of sediment with it. So regulatory process, asking permission, which I'd never like to ask when we see an emergency like this, like asking permission for permits to construct these weirs, rock weirs, to slow water down. After 2 months, finally got permits to be able to do this. It was only applied to areas with an Army Corps of Engineers permit that was linked to roads. We've got a roughly 8,000 acre ecological reserve, then add Bidwell Park and another 5,000 acres and private lands that are in conservation stewardship for another 20,000 acres total. Yet we could only apply this to about half of our ecological reserve. These devices, these rock weirs, slowed water down, but also captured about 60,000 cubic feet of sediment from going into Big Chico Creek. But, yes, thank you. But that's not all of it, right? So in the first atmospheric river that hit, all those other areas that didn't have these devices, this is what it looked like in Henning Hole, which is one of the places that the spring run fish come to. Down on the bottom, the only sign of hope that I saw really was that there were like 7 turtles that were on the log across the way basking themselves. And they were like swimming out of this like chocolate milk looking thing, right? So we try to avoid this. Let's continue on. So I want to talk about some opportunities around how we could apply this concept of the lelte to informing restoration. In the past couple of years, I've had a really interesting opportunity to work with somebody I never thought I would work with, which is Metropolitan Water District. They purchased 4 islands in our ancestral homelands, and they approached me and said, "Hey, we'd like to, like work with you in thinking about restoration. Would you like to form an ecocultural restoration team to do this?" Okay, fine. So it took a little convincing, but when they said this, they were thinking, let's carve out like a couple acres on this 20,000 acre landscape that would be used for like indigenous stewardship. Let's focus on basket weaving plants or something like that. How much area do you guys need?
The whole thing.
Exactly. So it's all of it. And so like connecting to the themes of other teams that were working on this, water quality, agriculture, the ecological restoration, so many different things. When we framed out our ecocultural framework for this, it hit on every single one of those other elements, right? We're thinking about what we know of the historic landscape, what those ecosystems were traditionally, how they were stewarded. One of the things that really blew them away was that fire was part of this landscape. Wait, you guys burned the Tule marshes? Yeah. You burned the riparian forest? Yeah. That's all there, right? It's all part of this healthy landscape. It's totally disconnected. So what I feel is like really important about this is that, and this is an island, this is Web Track, but Web Track, the lowest elevations in it are like 30 feet below sea level. So we are now in the process of moving forward with re-wetting this landscape to reverse subsidence, to hopefully put it on a trajectory that within maybe 70 years, and this is indigenous way of thinking, right? I'm on a 200-year plus planning cycle in my head. So maybe by the time that my grandkids, my great-grandkids can be thinking about engaging this space, perhaps the elevation of this island will be where sea level rise is at in the future, and our stewardship will be in place at this location so that we can reconnect and remove the levees to allow for fish to be able to use the island as breeding habitat, as a food production zone. All these things are connected. And maybe at some point it looks like this, which has a bunch of native plants as food, as fiber, as medicine, as a way of doing that. And one of those examples of where this kind of work has happened is a place called Dutch Slough near Antioch. This is Department of Water Resources restoration project. River Partners worked on it. But it is currently in global analysis of like carbon sequestration, one of the quickest, fastest growing carbon sequestration sites in the entire world. These wetlands and the restoration of these wetlands is like doing some amazing work. This is a muted tidal marsh, but this is like, I forget, 3 years old, I think. Mostly planted in cattails and tules, but there's a lot more that could be part of it. And after about 3 to 5 years of tules growing, they start to get really dense and their productivity decreases. So now they're talking to us as cultural people, hey, can you help us to burn this? Can you help us to steward it? And like, yeah, because that's part of what helps to maintain these areas. And linked to that are the opportunities that come with riparian restoration as well. This is the Dos Rios project. Many of you may be familiar with it as a state park. Well, it will become the next state park. But it is a restored riparian area on the Tuolumne and San Joaquin rivers. And a place that after roughly 10 years of growth starts to senesce, starts to look not so nice. But it's a pretty well documented floodplain. You know, it holds a pretty good amount of water. And if we steward this properly, not only can we revitalize the cultural connections to this place, which happens to be the southernmost end of our traditional territory, but we can also enhance the values for the water and for the fish that are potentially along the San Joaquin River too. And so we're in the midst of planning burns for the site. We've got about a 300 acre or so area that we've identified for initiating some burning in this area. And we want to do it before it transfers to state park lands, hands, so that that process of indigenous stewardship is just in place going forward. In my kind of, as I begin to wrap this up, I want to take us back to this idea of, you know, stewarding things that are across ecosystems. And really focusing on where is the biggest opportunities around carbon sequestration. Because it's probably not in growing more trees. But, you know, sinking it into efforts in the types of things that aren't going to burn so easily. One of those is peat. The delta is full of peat. Peat tends to pop off from time to time. It floats, it grows things on it. On the left-hand side is a little project that I started in fall. I call it Growing Home. And part of the Delta Restoration Project with Met Water is this idea of floating Delta islands that help us to restore, because as we start to grow peat blocks, they'll continue to expand at a rate, I think it's like 4 times their area in a year, but then they also can continue to grow downward and can actually reattach to the land below. So this idea of peat restoration is a really important aspect of it. There's a lot of carbon that can be stored there. Yeah, peat does burn, but in a tidal system and the right conditions, you can burn it and not worry about it burning up. So Growing Home is a little experiment that I get to look out my window from my house up in the mountains and watch this thing continue to grow. And there's tree frogs living in that stock bin now with the cattails and tules and stuff that are there. And the other side of it is to think about our marine environment. You know, and like where can we partner to do more effort to restore our marine systems, from our eelgrass beds to the kelp forest, and thinking more broadly globally to the coral reefs. Because those are where our opportunities are to really help to get ahead of this positive fire cycle that is enforcing the kind of fire that we're seeing that's undesirable. And that takes me to this. This is from my publication this last year in Proceeding National Academy of Sciences that looks at the feedbacks of different fire cycles. But in this, you'll see this idea of biodiversity, which includes fisheries, obviously, communities, you know, our social, cultural systems, and the carbon sequestration emission systems. Yeah, she's going to do shadow puppets too. That's good. If you got a good one, like do rabbit ears or something.
Forgive me.
But on the cultural side, you know, like the positive feedbacks that we see from wildfires and the global carbon emissions is one side of it. On the indigenous side, it gets us a totally different outcome. And why I bring this up is that, you know, we all have an opportunity to be stewards. We have choices to make around the type of fire we have, the type of fire that our fishes are experiencing, and we all can engage in this space together. So in closing, I'll just say that, you know, it's our collective responsibility to be good ancestors, that, you know, culture has always adapted to change and to new situations and realities. And in order to address those trends, we, one, need to think big, we need to be bold, we also need to invoke the ideas of indigenuity, you know, thinking about these things that we have talked about today in terms of indigenous stewardship, not in an appropriative way, but by working together in partnership, and live in that way together. And that's all I have, so thank you.
Hold on. No, questions?
I was going to walk away. Come on, that was a mic drop.
No.
10 minutes. Okay, I'm filler. Okay.
10 minutes for
Who's
questions.
got a good story?
Lots of questions. And we're working on these little microphones that we'll bring out to the crowd if you have questions.
What is that, like an Arduino microphone or what?
Pretty fancy.
Okay. It's a bug. Hey, just call me. Just call. This is my contact information, by the way, if you want. Like, it's a dot card QR code. So, yeah, I know. I try to go there every once in a while.
People have questions for Don?
See, I said no. Okay.
Hi, Nadine Bailey, Family Water Alliance. You said that we're not going to log our way out of this,
Yeah.
but can we burn our way out of it with the amount of dead and down trees that are out there now? Is there a middle ground that you see?
One, I would say that fire is going to be wherever, right? So even if we can't necessarily apply the fire we want, it's going to happen in those places. But two, to get to your point, yes, I also see a balanced area where we could have logging, you know, sustainable logging ideally happening. You know, I think a good model of that actually is what we call the Menominee model for you know, forestry from the Menominee tribe. That is very sustainable. You know, if we could apply that sort of thing in the landscape that's partnered with fire as a stewardship practice, like, I think it could get us where we need to be. But there's a lot of areas of the landscape we just, one, can't get equipment into very easily, and fire is there, right? So, you know, we have to think about the opportunities around unplanned ignitions, you know, lightning ignitions and other, you know, sources. I might even take a chain dragon on a trailer occasionally if it's doing good work for us, right? But ideally, like, we're applying good fire to the ground ourselves. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Lisa Rivera with CalTrout. I know you mentioned, I just was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit on this Board of Forestry rulemaking around salmon streams, if you could just elaborate a little bit.
Yeah, so Jane Van Susteren would be like your person to talk to about that with the Board of Forestry. As I said, last night I kind of went to their website to look for it. I was expecting by this time they would have more information out on it. There was a presentation at the February meeting for the Cal Fire Wildfire Mitigation Committee, which Lenya and I are both on, about this topic, and it just was like, I went up to Jane after she presented on it. I was like, hey, you should come to the Salmon Restoration, you know, like conference in Santa Cruz, and come to our Fish and Fire thing, right? I don't know, Jane's not here, is she? Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little blurry eyed, okay? I'm running on like 5 hours of sleep, so, but yeah, so be on the lookout for it, because my understanding was that they were supposed to have that ready. Lenya, do you remember this at all? They were supposed to have some draft of it ready for like public comments and some like talking tours that they were going to do by around this time. So like, I don't know what to say otherwise on that, but yeah, that's intel. Yeah.
Hey Don, Jerry Childers for the Central Coast PBA. So with the extensive indigenous burning in California, I think about the lack of ash that has been going into marine systems, estuaries and the ocean and such, and I'm wondering if there's any correlation there. Obviously now these rivers are getting big pulses of ash and such, but if those nutrients maybe played a role in the estuary marine environment, if you have any thoughts on that.
They would definitely have had a role in increasing like the nutrient cycles and enhancing the nutrient cycles, obviously in a balance. You know, when we're seeing like the impacts of the park fire in the big Chico Creek Canyon, or you know, the aftermath of the campfire as an example, like there's a spike that's occurring that's probably not a natural baseline. Obviously it's not a natural baseline. So, you know, like what's that relationship? The thing is, and actually I missed the presentation on this on our campus at Chico State last week, was this topic of like ash and fisheries and lakes. The thing is that like when we think about the evolutionary drivers of like how species exist in place, that indigenous fire stewardship is one of those things that has enhanced that diversity, both genetic and, you know, all the way up to the landscape scale heterogeneity. But when we remove it, we start to see a decline in those sorts of things. Why I'm saying this is that, you know, that constant thread of indigenous stewardship really would have been a driving force in some of that diversification and maintenance, that as we remove it, it becomes an issue for the existence of that diversity in the first place, right? I don't know if that makes sense, but like people are looking at this impact of ash and saying, oh, it's a problem. But it's like, well, no, it's happened all along. I guess that's my takeaway, right? Yeah. Hey, Alan.
Hey, Don.
I was looking for you back there. I saw your name on the list.
I was looking in the back.
Yeah.
Alan Harthorn, Friends of Butte Creek. Although we tend to think that catastrophic fires are a bad thing for our fisheries, and you mentioned the campfire and the Butte Creek Ecological Reserve, that campfire burned about, I don't know, 50,000 acres in Butte Creek, took out 250 homes, was really devastating. The rains came about 2 weeks later, the creek turned black. This was in November. Our juvenile spring run salmon were in the gravel. They hadn't emerged yet. When that black water started coming down, we thought almost certainly this is the end of, you know, this cohort. There were only about 2,000 adults that spawned that year, so that was even more concerning. And of course, we didn't know anything about what was going to happen until 3 years later, when we had 21,000 fish come back. And although lots of biologists have looked into this, the best we can come up with is that that black water gave them the cover to get out successfully when it was time to migrate to the ocean. So even catastrophic fires can have beneficial effects on our salmon runs. It's just, it's very unpredictable about how that's going to happen. And of course, indigenous burning can be predictable. We can do it at the right time. We can get the ash in the stream so it provides cover for the juveniles to go out. And there's lessons to be learned from that. But fire is not always bad. And Zeke and I talked about this quite a bit. And we're like, yeah, fire and fish, they go together. So just a comment on catastrophic fires and their effects.
Yeah, I just, to respond to that real quick, you know, like that example from that lower section of the Butte Creek Canyon getting burned, like great success story in terms of the fish not being eradicated by the fire. You know, my biggest fear is that we burn out everything in between the campfire footprint and the Dixie fire. That would, if all that burned in one season, like that would be totally devastating. And so there's a temporal and a spatial scale that we need to be thinking about these things. And yes, there are benefits from devastating fires even, but it's like how much of that do we need in the landscape? So thanks for those comments though.
Well, thanks for mentioning that area that hasn't burned, because in Butte County it is the largest single area that has not burned catastrophically. And it's sitting right at the top of the headwaters of the most important spring run salmon run in the state. So
Absolutely.
we need to protect it.
Absolutely, and we're working on it. We've got, the saws are running right now. Yeah. If anybody wants to go out and play with fire, come check out the Butte Treks. Any other questions? We may be at time, I don't know. Will? And thank you for running slides for me. That was awesome.
Yeah, and I apologize for the whole projector thing. She's like, can I sit here? I was like, of course. Oh, wait a minute. Just thinking about the landscape, the big Chico Creek watershed, you know, I've been really intrigued by the differences between how we get to scale with fire and conceptualizing that in various landscapes. And so you talked about the need, but how do you envision it in that place?
I'm glad you asked that, because that's actually something I meant to say, but I totally forgot to. And that is, you know, we now have a clean slate, roughly. Things are growing back very rapidly. If we look at state policies around the Wildfire Forest Resilience Action Plan, the state's plan for expanding the strategic use of beneficial fire, both of those documents talk about the need to put fire back into recent burn footprints. We now have that opportunity at the Big Chico Creek Reserve. We have a plan that we're working on to begin implementing that as early as maybe next month for some invasive species. And in fall, we're hoping to go out and burn large areas of non-native grasses to restore back to native species dominance in those areas, and also reduce some of the undesirable species of trees that are out there, like canyon live oaks that took over the landscape in the absence of fire over the last century, to really restore the oak woodlands, the foothill ecosystems in the way that they would have been under indigenous stewardship had that been in place all along. So there's these opportunities that exist. There's these rare situations where we sometimes don't ever act on them, but we want to be one of those places where it's actually happening at. So I encourage you all to come out and check us out at Big Chico Creek. There is a t-shirt over there for the Big Chico Creek Ecological Reserve if anybody's interested, and another one for the salmon restoration project with the Machuca tribe on Big Chico Creek too. Lenya's, I think, trying to usher me out. So that's all. I am fine either way. 2 more minutes. Yeah, absolutely. Is there any other questions or comments? Yeah.
So, Rosie Daggett, RCB of the Santa Monica Mountains. We're in the south, so we have way more chaparral than we do your forested areas, and that's a totally different situation. But one of the things that I've been thinking about is how do we select and choose our point in time that we're going to use as our restoration reference point? Because you're bringing up the idea of, you know, thousands of years of indigenous stewardship being the point of restoration, getting back to that. I think, I'm just curious how you came to that and why you made that choice specifically.
So, to clarify, it's not a restoring back to, it's a restoring to maintain. So indigenous stewardship is a process. The idea of old growth processes is linked to the cycles of stewardship. By reading a landscape, including the chaparral ecosystems of Southern California, we can think about what are the patterns and drivers of need for stewardship that are there that tell us, oh, this is what we should be doing. I think I'll use the example in your own backyard with the recent Palisades fire. So 2019, there was a Palisades fire that burned a portion of an area in the community of Palisades. After the Palisades fire happened in January, I went back and looked at the imagery of where that fire footprint was. And I was thinking, okay, what are the species that are there? I don't know, I haven't been on the ground. I want to go out and check it out. I'm guessing it's like toyon and maybe some ceanothus and things like that are growing there. But why I bring this up is that if we think about the species, how are they being stewarded? How is toyon stewarded? Each species has its own relationship with fire. From a cultural perspective, you're thinking about what are your needs in the landscape. For toyon, it might be straight sticks for using for certain things. Maybe you're collecting the berries off of it. So we're thinking about the cycles that help to reinforce that existence. It's a very different kind of a regime. It's not based on a certain time frame. Oh, every 10 years we got to set fire. It's literally reading the landscape and saying this is what needs to happen. I bring up that 2019 Palisades fire because it did not reburn in this fire. So so you're saying that, okay, but it's still green, right? Like if you look at satellite imagery, like I showed for the Big Chico Creek Reserve, that area is, no, it was green after the fire. Yeah, so those are the points I think are really important. I think about the abilities around mosaics. Yeah, one more, I think, Ron, maybe.
We should probably wrap it up. Yeah.
Just one last time, burning coffee is running through me right now. I just wanted to be a fly on the wall, but I can't. I just want to, reading the landscape, place-based management, I think is very important. I mean, I think reading the landscape, indigenous communities are that. And we're talking about the materials that make the fishery, the ceremonies that make the materials. So it kind of goes back and forth. And so I think that's kind of like what we're talking about here. And the road to restoration is a piece of both worlds now. That's why we're here today. We've got a chance to restore what we have a chance to restore and scale back to what is necessary for indigenous health and wellness. So ceremonial place-based management is connected by, obviously, management of the resources, fire, ceremonial place, that's connected to the words that are connected to the landscape. So we have indigenous cultures that have been connected for thousands of years, and then we're talking also about hundreds of years. We look at thousands of years because how long does it take that forest to be a forest? Yeah. 1,000 years. So I think those are the things that are risk to us, and those are the things that we bring to the table. Thank you.
I'd like to welcome up again Carolyn Rodriguez, and this time with Eli Catalan. They're going to talk about partnerships for the Amambatsun cultural burns and water stewardship. Thank you, guys.
Hello again. So yes, I'm Carolyn Rodriguez, and one of the partners that we're going to be presenting on is the Amambatsun Land Trust. And just a side note, the Land Trust became a nonprofit in 2015. So I think it's been about 10 years that we've been doing this work. So it just hit me today. I was like, wow, it's 10 years. So I'm really excited that our Land Trust is here. And I'm here with, do you want to say a few words?
Hey everybody, thanks for having us. Good morning. My name is Eli Catalan. I'm a 5th-year Ph.D. candidate at UCLA in their Institute of Environment and Sustainability. I've been working with the Amambatsun Land Trust since about 2020 through the context as an early career fellow in the Center for Diverse Leadership in Science at UCLA. The Center for Diverse Leadership in Science, so we've just been saying CDLS since January, or maybe Center for Developing Leadership in Science, because you know how it has been since January. But anyway, CDLS is an institute within UCLA that works to support underrepresented groups in science by providing education, opportunities for experience, and resources to do science and empower communities to do activism. And so we started working with the Amambatsun just a little bit before 2020. Our director, Arana Tripati, met Chairman Lopez at a conference similar to this, and that's how the partnership started.
Yeah, so highlighting partnerships, the Land Trust, so our Amambatsun tribal band, we're not federally recognized, and so we are considered a landless tribe. So to do our work, we have to build relationships in order to get land access. And so one of the first relationships that I want to point out is with the Sempervarians Fund. So the Timber Variance Fund is basically the landowners of the site that we're going to get into. But yeah, okay, sorry, I was saving my thought for the next slide. But basically, Timber Variance invited the land trust. We have tribal members who are working as stewards. And so they started that relationship. And here, it's like that relationship's happening, but then at the same time, how Eli just shared about CDLS and elements of partnership starting. So we're also being supported by the American Indian Studies Center. So that's where the funding is taking place and where we have an NSF grant, and that's where they're the ones that process all of our funds and all of that, along with the Institute of Environmental Studies. But here is just basically, we wanted to showcase how all of these partnerships are supporting the tribe. Because through the land trust, we start actually kind of following our water here. Down we have tribal council, who has defined authority, the decision making that we're following. They're the ones that started the land trust. All of this is then, how CDLS and partnerships come in, and how it's like a cycle. We're working with the stewards. We're also working with some scholars, so other tribal members who are not stewards but are heavily involved with the research that we're doing. And the youth group that Elizabeth and I mentioned, how we have been able to get the youth group out to UCLA to learn about this research. And then of course how this trickle down to the community. And so we just wanted to highlight how partnerships are essential for this work. And we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all the relationship building and humanizing relationships, and where Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous authority is honored and uplifted. And so Elizabeth and I shared about cultural burns from Chairman Lopez, but this is just here to show that the stewards are on the first line of cultural revitalization. So because of colonization and assimilation, our community, we went through, I should have mentioned this earlier, but first it was Spain, then it was Mexico, and then now American. So we've gone through 3 different levels of colonization. And so for us, the stewardship is where we're able to basically reconnect with the land. And again, we have tribal members who are on the first line, who are learning about the traditions, and then looking at how we can bring in healthy Western methods to do research and to uplift our stewardship. And so our cultural burns and all of, that's kind of our way into this work, and that is when Timber Variance Fund invited us, the stewards, to work together in the Santa Cruz Mountains, San Vicente Mountains to be specific. And of course that was after the CZU catastrophic fires here in Santa Cruz in 2020. And so, the stewards went out and helped with clearing things out and even replanting trees and really restoring the area. And so at that time, that was when CDLS got invited to be a part of the project, because that's when also we're talking about water stewardship. So this was a time for us to learn about water stewardship and to partner with CDLS. Is it okay if I pass it to you now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So shortly after the Ombuds and Land Trust started working with the Timber Variance Fund, that's when CDLS got involved with the tribe, and we first started engaging in listening sessions to see what was the tribe interested in working with us about, what was the tribe focused on at the time. And part of that was the cultural burns that they were doing around the San Vicente Mountains, and then they had started planning this dam to be removed just north of here in Davenport. So if you can see, north of here is Davenport, where the San Vicente Creek empties out. And there is a tributary to that, Mill Creek, which contains 2 dams. The Mill Creek Dam was built a little bit over 100 years ago, and it's a structurally defunct dam, so it was never used. It was just built there, and that became the extent of salmon range in that watershed. So after hearing what the tribe was interested in, this dam that was set to be removed, we decided that that would be a good way to engage with them in a particular bit of science. The Land Trust had been engaged in a lot of land stewardship, but CDLS has a lot of experience with coastal stewardship and coastal conservation. and especially a tool called environmental DNA. So we thought this might be a good application of eDNA. So we started to study this dam and see what we could learn about the salmon and how they might respond to the dam's removal, which was in fall of 2021. So environmental DNA, has everybody heard of eDNA before? A couple, not many. eDNA, just as a maybe recap for folks, it's a tool that we can use to study biodiversity or the presence or absence of different species based on the DNA that they've left behind in the environment. Just like you and I are probably shedding skin, hair, and spit in this room, so does everything else in its environment. So essentially we can track things like salmon based on the DNA that they've left behind in their water. And that, just as like a process diagram, you take a sample from the environment, and then you can extract the DNA from the organic material that was left behind. And then you use PCR, similar to like your COVID test, to copy that DNA a bunch of times so that you can look at it more closely, because there's a lot more bacterial DNA than there is fish DNA, for example. And then we can sequence it and we can see what the base pairs are in the DNA that we've extracted in PCR. And then we can assign taxonomy to that, and that's how we tell the presence and absence of all the different species in the water, soil, using environmental DNA. So we worked with the stewards of the land trust to take samples seasonally from, we started in April 2021, just before the dam was removed in fall 21. We took samples seasonally up until pretty recently. I think 2023 was the last time that we took samples. And we taught them about the process of eDNA, and we've done a bunch of things like that. But we took samples at each of these sites in the watersheds. We took samples at the river mouth of San Vicente, just below the confluence of San Vicente and Mill Creek, above the confluence on San Vicente Creek, and those are all sites where salmon was known to exist previously. And then we took samples just below the dam on Mill Creek, and then 2 sites above it where there would ideally be new habitat for salmon to expand their range.
Okay, and so a part of all this research and learning about eDNA, the tribe took this as an opportunity to learn about our connection to salmon. And so we have a photo on my right. The very end is a photo of our first salmon ceremony. And so it's like our first official ceremony that I'm gonna say official because during colonization there were ceremonies happening, but they were secretive because it was against the law. And so technically it's still against the law for non-federally recognized tribes because the law only gives approval for federally recognized tribes. So there's like that little blurb that they left out. That's just knowledge within our community. So I don't know if there's, anyways, that could probably be more of a discussion item about that. But anyways, for our own sovereignty, we were like, okay, this is an opportunity for us to bring back our ceremony. And so official because we actually, took years to reconnect, but learning about our dances and our songs and how we can gather as a ceremony, as a tribal community to pray for the salmon. So as a way, it's kind of overlapped with our cultural traditions and how we can bring back our ceremonies as we engage in water stewardship. And so, yeah, we wanted to show, that's reciprocal also because we invited our CDLS partners and I believe a few other land trust allies, supporters, they also came out, and so it was a space for us to share with our relations and also pray for healthy relationships and healthy partnerships. And then of course, with UCLA being on Tongva land, we wanted to do relationship building with us learning from the Gambalino Tongva people. And so we did coordinate a visit for the stewards to come out to UCLA. And down here, we actually went out to the Currifunga Springs. And we learned about I don't know if you could see a Tongva member talking to us stewards. But he was explaining about their cultural ties to the space. And so, really learning about what other tribes are doing, and also how we can build connections and share knowledge for the future. And more photos from the youth group. So we also, as we do this research, we wanted to get youth involved and get them interested in science. And so we did bring them out to UCLA. They got to go in the lab, but they also got to meet with the Director of American Indian Studies Center. And then again, we took them to the Curvanga Springs again. And then we even talked about ocean food sources, like what food sources we get from the water. But yeah, so basically, as we're doing all this research, we're also making sure that we're revitalizing our traditions and that the research and the practices that we're doing, that it is making it down to the younger generation so that we can get them involved with this work in the future. But I'm going to pass it to Eli.
So what you're seeing here now is a map of the salmon detections that we got using eDNA. And we didn't necessarily know the time scale that salmon might return or if they ever would to the areas that were stored after the dam was removed. But this map is showing salmon detections from our very first sampling day, which was April 2021. Everywhere you see a little fish is where we detected the presence of salmon. And where you see that little picture of a beaver is where the dam was at the time. So we got those two salmon detections where we understood that salmon already were existing. So below the confluence and then above the confluence on San Vicente Creek, but we didn't get any detections for above the dam or even just below it, and not at the river mouth either. Chairman Lopez, especially around the time of the ceremony to call back the salmon, we were telling him from like our scientific academic perspective, we don't know when the salmon might return or if they will, but we should study it and see what's going on. He was like, they're coming back. We know it, they're our kin, we're calling them, and they'll come back. So what was really cool was February, so the immediate salmon run after the dam was removed. I'm sorry, I might have turned this off by accident. There we go, we're back. We got salmon detections. If you can see here where you see all the fish, we got salmon detections all beyond where the dam used to be, which is really awesome, right? The salmon came right back, and we both got to build this relationship between UCLA and the Western Land Trust, but also learn how to use these Western tools for indigenous stewardship and build out the stewardship that the Land Trust was doing.
Okay. Yeah, we just wanted to highlight the, once we had those results and we taught the youth how to do the work in the lab, we were like, how can we bring, like, what else can we do? So focusing on curriculum development, I worked with, from this knowledge, thanks to Eli, we taught this knowledge to tribal members who are professional K-12 teachers. And it was a way of us, again, to share knowledge, for them to bring in their lesson planning skill set, but also for us to bring in the research, and again, for us to look at how we can revitalize our indigenous teaching methods. So as we teach this information to future generations, how are we teaching them in the ways that our ancestors were? And so we just, it's like a form, but we did have a coastal monitoring form that we took. This is a more easier version from the Land Trust. So the Land Trust, the stewards have their own forms, their own way of reading the water, documenting, observing. And so we wanted to teach that to the youth. And so we created a form as a way for them to pretend that they are the little researcher, but we call them steward researchers because we're stewarding the land and we're engaging in indigenous science and of course blended with Western science of how to do this work. And so we were trying to get that instilled with them. And so we did divide them up. At summer camp, it's by ages 5 to 17. We divide them up into different groups, all blending the ages, and the more adult kids, well, the high school, middle school kids, they're the ones that filled out the form. And so like also teaching them leadership. And then of course we tried to make it fun, and so teaching them about the salmon life cycle through play and also through art And I just highlighted photos of some banners that they made because the youth at the end of the day, this was a whole day activity just focused on salmon and water stewardship. And at the end of the day, the youth were just saying that salmon are amazing, that they're strong, that they're resilient. And so it really was good to have them instill those positive attributes and recognitions of salmon as our kin. And we also tried to show them the water of life, why water relationality is important, and explain to them that the stewards are managing the land, we're taking care of the water so that we can take care of the salmon and all living beings, and really trying to get them to see how it's a full ecosystem. And so we just did these photos are from our actual visits and our sites every time we went out there to water sample. And so we just, except for the salmon, I couldn't get a picture of the salmon, but I just want to highlight also that salmon in our language, Mutsun, is huraka. And so also trying to bring in the language when we can. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. We do have, I'm not sure where we're at on time. Oh, okay, because we do have addendum slides, which it's just more.
Yeah, I think these are just other days that or other maps of the data where we detected salmon. So this is like in between our first sampling date and the ones after the dam was removed. So we continued to see salmon in July. Oh, sorry, can you guys hear me? These are the sites where we saw salmon in July before the dam was removed. This is probably a week after the calling back the salmon ceremony. We still saw salmon where we typically did, but then we started seeing them gather around the river mouth. And then this is April, so following the salmon run in 2022, we continued to see salmon above where the dam used to be on Mill Creek. And we hope to continue gathering more data and results showing how salmon continue to live there and the importance of our stewardship and the research and the restoration of these areas. I think that's all we got.
Anybody have any questions?
So what kind of salmon did you detect with your...
Steelhead salmon. Steelhead salmon. We understood that coho and steelhead typically live in this area. The specific type of eDNA methods that we used, especially for the results that you saw here, was qPCR. So we used a specific marker for steelhead salmon or rainbow trout to detect these salmon, but we're actually continuing to analyze the data that we do have to use metabarcoding, and that will give us even fuller picture of the biodiversity that exists. So we'll not only see whether or not the salmon were there, but also, you know, the newts that you saw in the picture, and we'll see whether or not we got both coho and steelhead there.
Thanks for a wonderful presentation, super exciting. And I'll follow up on, in the eDNA piece, you mentioned that you found evidence of a beaver dam. You mention beaver?
That was just a picture for a dam. We have no evidence of a beaver dam.
That was you're just projecting a future aspiration.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, okay. I'm gonna sit back in my seat.
Hi, it's great to see the connection with UCLA. I'm from the Los Angeles area. It'd be great if you could share your educational materials so we can use it as examples for recovery work down in the Southern California.
We should have put a slide with our contact info, but we'll connect so we can share those.
And I did send out the contact list yesterday that had everyone's emails on it, and they're both on there. Yeah.
Over here, also add that we're trying to get this information like in the community. So anyways, I just also wanted to share that we have our land trust website. You can also go to our land trust and learn about other projects and other examples of what we're actually doing, because that work is already posted. And also, if I could do a plug, we are a nonprofit organization, so you can, and if you visit our almamazalandtrust.org, there's also an opportunity to make donations and sharing with your friends. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I threw that out there when I could. Thank you.
I just have a quick comment, and that is just to say, really big kudos to your tribe for the work that you're able to do, the work that you're doing. Tribes already have to go through inane hoops to steward their own lands, and as a tribe that is not federally recognized, you have mountains more to do, and so I just want everyone in the room to really appreciate the work that your tribe is doing to do this work, and so just thank you so much.
Okay, last one.
Oh, thank you guys for a great presentation. You mentioned getting steelhead eDNA hit above the dam. Were there resident rainbow trout there, and were you able to distinguish genetically the anadromous versus resident fish for Omicus?
Our understanding was there were no resident rainbow trout there at all before. Sempervirens does electrofishing there annually, and the first time that they had detected any trout living in that area was following the dam.
Nice. Thank you guys.
Great, thank you so much. All right, well, hi everyone. Thank you for being here today. Again, I'm Christine Parasak. Thank you. I am Christine Parasak. I see why it's hard to stand back here. You don't really see what you're presenting as much. Oh. Yeah, sure. There we go. Thank you. Yes, I work at UC Davis. I was previously a Ph.D. candidate there, and I just finished getting my Ph.D. In last fall, and I'm now a postdoctoral scholar there. I work at the Center for Watershed Sciences, and what I'm presenting on today is actually not part of my dissertation work. I do food web work in lakes, and I do landscape limnology. I'm interested in community ecology. And while I was doing my dissertation work, the Dixie Fire went through some of my field sites, and so I had, it was kind of an example of like a science happens story where you kind of just have to put down what you're doing and realize that there's an opportunity here for another really interesting science project that will be really valuable. And so I actually kind of put aside my dissertation for a bit to work on this project that I'll talk a little bit more about today. So this work, I guess as I described, a fire happened to go through these sites that I had pre-fire food web data on, and we needed to quickly figure out how we could get back there as soon as possible to try to collect data again afterwards, because nobody knows really what happens to aquatic ecosystems, especially lakes, a little bit more on streams. What happens to them after a fire goes through the system, and what's going on with the whole ecosystem and those processes. So we applied for an NSF Rapid, which is a program that supports, some event happens that you need to get into the field quickly to try to get supported and figure a mechanism to do that more rapidly. And we were lucky to get it, and so that was what supported much of the work today. There we go. Okay, so a little bit of a recap. So fire and freshwater ecosystems. Well, of course we know that everyone here knows that fire is a natural and healthy and necessary part of many landscapes. It is also, our native species thrive in this kind of an environment. However, due to landscape mismanagement, we are seeing unprecedented higher number of mega wildfires on the landscape worldwide, and especially in California. We all know this. And so we know some of the direct effects of these fires on streams. There has been research done on that, but there's a lot less that's been done on what's happening to lake ecosystems, and those processes are going to be a little bit different, but we just aren't sure exactly how. So we know that mega fire disturbance can impact lakes, their ecology, and their food web energy transfer, but we're not sure to what degree and how much. And here's a picture of Lake Almanor in the Alaska National Forest a year after the Dixie Fire went through the system. So there have been recent surges in wildfire. These surges are climate-driven across the Pacific and Pacific West of North America, and we know that 7 of the largest California fires have occurred in the past 6 years, and here's a graphic of that. So increasingly, my field work has taken me to beautiful mountain lakes in the Sierra Nevada to collect food web data. We carry a lot of gear with us to do our work. But increasingly, we've come to a situation where we'll be sampling one evening and it looks beautiful, like the picture in the top left. And then by the next morning, it looks like this because a fire and the smoke coming through has started when somewhere we don't have service and clearly something's happening, and we don't know if it's nearby and what's happening to our area or to these ecosystems. And so increasingly, we're running into these problems and it's been chasing us out of the areas that we've been working in. And so a big question that a lot of people have in science is and I'm sure everyone in this room, is do lakes feel the burn and to what degree? So there haven't really been studies on what happens to lake ecosystems after a wildfire burn. And we know a little bit on streams, like I mentioned, but especially with these increasing wildfires, there haven't been opportunities to have pre-fire data before a fire goes through a system because of how random that is, which is something that we're really interested in being able to do with this study. So just a bit of a recap on what happens to a system sort of without fire and with fire. In general, if you have a system that didn't have a fire, you have leaf litter on the ground floor, and if there's rain, then some of that leaf litter will be able to capture the rainwater, and it'll help it recharge the groundwater in that area. And here's a picture of Emerald Lake, which is one of the sites that got burned in the fire, as a little example of what it looked like pre and post fire. In the case of when a fire passes the system, especially right afterwards, you have a layer of ash that's on the ground. And so that layer of ash is kind of a hardened material that prevents the water from being able to get absorbed. There's no more leaf litter and it can't kind of recharge the groundwater. And so instead it kind of rushes in whichever direction it can, and oftentimes it can rush in the direction going straight into the lake. So it's pushing all of this ash material into the lake, for example. And when that happens, you're getting more organic matter in the lake, you're getting more nutrients. That nutrient boost will promote more oxygen need for the organisms and things that are in the lake. And so you could end up with anoxic conditions, especially in areas like this, because in the mountains, some of the lakes often freeze over in the winter. So this work in particular is, as I mentioned, from looking at the effects of the Dixie Fire, which was in 2021. To my knowledge, it is still the largest single-source wildfire in California's historic record. And it burned about 1 million acres in Northern California from July to October. It burned about 70% of the national park. This work happened just outside of the national park in the wilderness. And it was really only officially put out when a storm happened in October that really put that fire out. But as I had just mentioned, when you have rain on a system like that, it's then likely to push all of that ash into the aquatic systems. The area that I've specifically worked in is in the Caribou Wilderness, which is the national forest, the Alaska National Forest. And so we had 10 lakes that I and my team had visited the year immediately before the fire. And we collected everything from the fish, the insects, aquatic plants. We collected some of the riparian vegetation around the lake, some zooplankton samples, as much as you can think of. Anything that was living around the lake, we tried to capture that and bring that, put that on dry ice that we packed into the field, bring that back out, and then analyze it in the lab to see who's eating who in the food webs. And so we basically, we did this to 10 lakes. They varied in surface area, depth, volume, as well as, after the fact, burn severity. And so we basically went back to the lakes afterwards and did our best to replicate what we did in 2020. A quick recap on like trophic cascades in these systems and what's unique about these systems in particular are that a lot of mountain lakes were historically fishless, and they have introduced trout into the lakes, or introduced fish species in general. And so there is documentation on long-term effects of introducing a top predator into systems that didn't used to have them, that it can create trophy cascades. So say that you introduce rainbow trout into a system, and it has impacts on the frog species when they're juveniles, the tadpoles swimming in the water, the fish will eat them. And same for having aquatic insects in the lake. The fish are going to end up eating a bunch of the aquatic insects if they hadn't previously been there, and then the emergence of aquatic insects from that lake will be decreased, and birds that might rely on those aquatic insects emerging won't benefit from them anymore. So all of these things can happen when you introduce a top predator, but it can also happen in reverse if you suddenly remove them. So the systems do have fish in them, and so one of our questions is what happens to the ecosystem as a whole when you have a fire go through and how that affects the fish populations. So you can have a trophic cascade, which is this food web cascade, happening in the other direction too. So one of our first questions was just whether or not fishes were eradicated from the lakes after this fire. So we kind of hypothesized that since the lakes were on a size gradient, fish might be more likely to be eradicated from the smaller lakes because as ash went into the water, that increase in nutrient production and then oxygen demand might have been really high in those systems, and especially because this was nearing fall, then eventually ice cover over that lake might have just put a lid on that jar and perhaps created an anoxic environment that was the fish. So we thought that impact might be more severe in small lakes, but maybe not necessarily in larger lakes. Our second question was whether the trophic cascade strength, those changes in the food web from the top down or bottom up, if that strength varies with ecosystem size. These lakes were on a small to large size gradient. So here's just a little hypothetical figure that's showing the strength of that cascade. Weak at the bottom, stronger at the top, and then we have lake size as our x-axis, or ecosystem size, because we're thinking about volume for a lot of this work. And so we thought fish reduction would generate this trophic cascade because you're removing the top predator, or potentially, and that strength would vary based on how severely that lake was impacted. And our third question is how the lake food web itself, the structure and its function, is going to change after intense watershed burning. So I'll just orient you to this hypothetical figure. So the x-axis is carbon, so that's where the carbon is coming from in the food web, and the y-axis is nitrogen, so that's sort of like what level in the food web are you, or the food chain if you're more familiar with that terminology. So fish would be at the top, something that the fish ate would be below it, like bugs, something below them might be plants, and so you're kind of the, where you're eating in the food chain is going to indicate where you are, how tall you are in this graph. And then kind of the kinds of organic matter that you're getting from the system, the kinds of carbon is where you are left to right. And so this is a hypothetical figure of a small lake on the left, a large lake on the right. The blue shading is actually real, those are real data. That's the pre-fire food web work, that's not hypothetical. And then the green part is where we said, hypothetically, if the fish were reduced, this is what would happen. And so we're basically just connecting those points to show what the food web size might look like if the fish were reduced. And so our hypothesis was that the reduction of fish might truncate and make those food webs smaller. And so basically the size of that food web you can see gets from being larger to much smaller when you might reduce, when you remove fish from the population. And doing something like that might lead to fundamental changes in how everything works in that lake. So just a little bit about the methods that went behind this project. So we are a team of usually about 3 people. In the time right after the fire, we had the help of Paul Devine from CFW, which was really great because we needed to visit a lot of lakes really quickly before they restocked the lakes to be able to collect our data, and he was really, really generous with his time and learning all of our methods and helping carry a lot of weight. So we're usually a team of 3, sometimes 4. We're carrying about 65 to 75 pounds per person. We're carrying out there an inflatable raft, paddles, dry ice for the samples, about 30 pounds of it to last 4 days. We are collecting zooplankton, so we need zooplankton net with us. We take YSI profiles, so we're trying to figure out what the temperature and oxygen are in the lake at the different depths. Filtering a lot of water, collecting insects, so we need their D nets and sampling materials and collection things like that. And then, of course, all of our personal stuff that we need to take, like tents and food. So for methods and analysis, I guess I'll just back up a little bit, collect everything, take it to the lab, do a bunch of science magic, and get numbers that I'm hoping to show a little bit of today and a lot more in future years, hopefully. So for methods and analysis, for our first question of whether the fish were even eradicated from the lakes in the first place, we basically went back there after the fire, and we, for however many number of hours that we had fished it before, we would just try to replicate that effort in the same places and see what that catch per unit effort looked like. So pretty straightforward. Whether the trophic cascade strength varies with ecosystem size, we're still working on this question, but basically our plan is to look at response ratios of zooplankton density in the lakes and potentially some other things, and I'll explain why that question is still in progress. But basically just to look at a metric in the lake and a response, what happened before the fire and after the fire, and if we can see a big shift in a change there in the food web. And then for how food webs shift after intense burning, we collected a bunch of tissue from all the things that we had collected pre-fire. We did that again the year after the fire, and we have carbon and nitrogen data that we're still in the process of working up. And we want to do things like looking at just making simple plots like the hypothetical one that I showed earlier, as well as looking at metrics that kind of put a number on how big is the food web? How far apart are the different organisms in the food web, just visually on this plot? There are ways of measuring that. And then there's also something called doing mixing models with the food web, where you're trying to see if there are fish in the lake, for example, if the source of their diet is changing. So whether, let's say fish are present before and after, whether the things that they're prioritizing eating have changed before and after, which would then mean that the connections in the food web are different even if they're still present. And we also, after the fire, unfortunately we didn't have this before, but we deployed temperature and oxygen moorings that are in the lakes all year round since 2022. So today I'm only able to share some preliminary results. So as I mentioned, I was still finishing my dissertation before. So we have some data that also just came back recently, and so we're still in the process of working that up, but I'm really excited to share what we do have so far. So for preliminary results of, for example, whether fish were eradicated, as you can see, fish were present in a lot of the lakes still. Some lakes had, a lot more fish. Chateaubriand Lake, for example, gets stocked sometimes 2 to 3 times a year, it turns out. But we think that we were there at the right time for the food web collection. And I can explain that if anybody has questions on that. And yeah, Turnaround Lake also has a lot of fish. So number of fish per hour did decrease after the fire, sometimes by almost 50%, which is sort of odd, but we did our catch per unit effort, our effort was the same. And so it decreased in a lot of the lakes, but the fish did seem to persist. In some cases, they didn't have a lot of fish to begin with, like Betty and Trail Lake on the far right over here, but they weren't totally gone, which was kind of surprising. This graph is focusing more on rainbow trout, I believe, yes. So this is a graph that's sort of plotting out the different species that we were finding in these 10 lakes. So we have brown bullhead catfish, dace, rainbow trout, and tui-chow. Just depends on which lake that you're looking at, so that's why the points are not present in every lake. Not every species is in every lake. And so, there was a reduction in all cases, but only sometimes was that actually statistically significant. Burn severity, at least the current way that we're calculating it, and lake size, at least the current way that we're calculating it, did not was not alone a significant predictor of the change in catch per unit effort difference from the pre-fire to post-fire. Something else to note though, out of interest, is that 4 lakes did see rainbow trout total length decline, or at least remain constant when comparing pre-post fire, but 2 lakes saw positive rainbow trout total length. We were also looking at just mean condition of the fish, focusing on rainbow trout at this point again. And rainbow trout condition overall, I should just say, is poor in these lakes. They need to be stocked regularly to be able to persist in these systems. They're not self-sustaining in this area. So basically, as a general rule, condition less than 100 on this graph would mean that their condition is poor. That's just how it is in these systems. But they did it's hard to see that apart what's happening. In some cases, the sea life condition has gotten a little bit better for some of those fish afterwards, but we're still looking into that. So does trophic cascade strength vary with ecosystem size? We're still working on this question. So one way of calculating this involves looking at just zooplankton density before and after the fire, and that's kind of what's plotted here. That you can see like copepods. This is just looking at post-fire, but the ratio involves both pre and post. And so you can see like lake volume is the x-axis in the top graph, and burn severity is the x-axis in the bottom graph. And there's probably a relationship here, and also like with increasing burn severity, we might actually see more of one copepod or chloroptera, versus the other. But these are not statistically significant, and we're also looking into a really interesting question that's not exactly related to this work, but how you define ecosystem really matters, especially in an aquatic system. You might think a lake is your ecosystem, so we're using volume, but if if parts of the food web outside of the lake boundary is actually important too, then you should be calculating ecosystem size in a different way to really answer that question. So we're looking into that, and that's really interesting to me. And we also do have some chlorophyll data that don't, this is just plots to show you things that I'm looking at this week that are really fun, but there's no clear trends being shown here, but this is just looking at chlorophyll on the y-axis and burn severity or the zooplankton response ratio on the x. The question that is also really interesting to me, that last one, is how does lake food web structure and function shift? So this is the one that we're still working on because we still have data that just came back recently, but I do have some graphs that I can share with you. One thing that I can share is just generally interesting because we're also looking at how this is affecting both the burn severity gradient and the lake size or ecosystem size gradient. We just have rainbow trout tissue pictured here from a small lake and a large lake, and you can kind of just see from the color of their tissue that it suggests that they're eating different things and they're getting their amino acids from different places, and so that's really interesting. And that's just showing the same graph that's hypothetical from before to reorient you. Now, this is a very exciting graph for me because I finally got to plot all the data together, but we're still working on what this means. So, like the hypothetical graph you saw before, you have carbon on the x-axis, nitrogen on the y-axis. The top panels are 2020, the bottom panels are the 10 lakes post-fire in 2022, and it's colored by different components of the food web. Fish are on top. You've got zooplankton somewhere below that, and aquatic insects as well, because the fish are feeding on these two things. And in some cases, you can see some visible reduction in the overall size of the food web, for example, Trail Lake. And so we're still pondering and looking into that, and this is all very exciting. You're the first group to see this graph. Okay, so just to wrap up, hopefully I'll have a little bit more to share in the very near future. Basically, we're learning from this so far is that ecological patterns are often scale dependent, and that's playing a role like here also some of the results that we're trying to find. So we're working through that, and I'm also I'm happy to hear suggestions if anyone had an idea that sparked to them while they were listening to this talk. Trophic cascade strength also likely hinges on this ecosystem size question too, or an interaction of that with burn severity. And there is wide applicability in these results, though they're just in our Sierra Nevada backyard, to other systems. We don't really have any information on how this fire affects food webs in other lakes, worldwide, except for maybe some Arctic boreal systems, which work differently. And we also questions that maybe we could even work into the discussion sections later, is just what data do we have currently that are available to address these questions, other questions that we have, and how we can acquire the data that are missing or just not publicly available yet. So that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Any questions at all? Over here.
So I had a question. Can you discuss more about where you found or what you sourced the burn severity data from and kind of how you quantified that for the study?
Can you say it again? I'm sorry.
Where did you get the burn severity data and how did you quantify burn severity?
So how we quantify burn severity right now is I have several files on my computer of different sources of different sites that are giving us burn severity or like color of the vegetation, things like that. So if you have suggestions, I would love to talk to you after this about it.
Sure.
So right now we're doing it a little bit more ranked as to how we know the severity of the burn, but that even changing that and using better data there could really change the results.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm wondering if you could potentially make your data less noisy if you take into account the basin structure. So if it's super rocky, you might not expect as much of a fire effect. And also pH would be like a mechanism for the water quality change. And if you have that data pre-post.
Yeah, we unfortunately don't have pH data from before the fire. We're really bummed out about that. We have we collect zooplankton samples in little jars, and we have tried to get the pH from those before we finished processing them, because that was all we had pre-fire, just to feel a little bit better, because we don't have it. But I do like your suggestion of paying attention to the substrate around the lake as well. That's a really good point. Yes?
So did you look at or consider the effects of hydrophobic soils after these wildfires?
No, can you expand on that?
Pardon me?
Can you expand on that?
Yeah, but it would take a while.
Okay.
It's a condition that develops in extremely hot fires that affects the soil, the water repellency of the soils in the burn area. There's a number of people at UCLA that are doing some really interesting work on this, and it affects the runoff rates, erosion rates, and presumably the transport of nutrients following a rain event on a burn area.
That makes a lot of sense. So we don't have those data, but I'm going to hope to talk to you afterwards.
Yeah, thank you very much for your time.
All right, so my name is Josh Smith. I work for the Watershed Research and Training Center. I do a lot of, mostly predominantly watershed and fisheries restoration work, but I've been working in prescribed fire for a long time as well with the Watershed Center's prescribed fire programs. And I've done a lot of resource advising on wildfires, so that's kind of how I got involved with this program. So if anybody has questions, feel free to ask. Our next presenter is online, so we'll be starting up a Zoom. David Roon is here from Oregon State University to talk about linking fire and fish, the importance of a whole ecosystem perspective. Thanks.
Okay, go ahead, David.
Great. Yeah, thank you for having me today. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. My name is David Roon. I'm a researcher at Oregon State University. And in today's presentation, I'm going to be describing the importance of taking a whole ecosystem perspective when trying to understand the linkages between fire and fish. And before I begin the presentation today, I'd just like to acknowledge my collaborators on this work. So this is a collaborative effort that brought together Oregon State University with multiple federal agencies that do really important work, including the Forest Service, EPA, and USGS. So wildfires are increasingly affecting aquatic systems in many regions in the world. This was recently shown by a really nice paper by Ball and others that documented that the total stream length affected by fire has increased in the western U.S. over the last 40 years by over 300 kilometers a year. And this has caused resource managers to ask the question of where does fire pose a risk to fish and aquatic habitats in many regions around the world, including the Pacific Northwest, where I'm based. And is it simply going to be a function of where fire is likely to take place on the landscape as demonstrated by this wildfire probability map provided by the Forest Service? And the thing is, when we think about the implications of wildfire for fish and aquatic ecosystems, is that it's complicated. Fish responses to wildfire can be highly variable. Fire effects are not always negative. Fire effects can be positive on fish populations and their habitat. And fire effects can depend on the severity of fire and where that fire takes place. And so it can be difficult to predict how fire is going to affect fish and their ecosystems, especially when we don't understand the mechanisms that are driving the responses. And so before we can effectively predict where on the landscape aquatic ecosystems may be vulnerable to fire, we first need to understand a couple key pieces of information, including how do fires even influence fish and aquatic ecosystems, and what are the mechanisms leading to their vulnerability. And that brings an understanding of the pathways that link fire and fish then becomes really important. Fires can influence fish through a variety of both physical and biological pathways. Essentially, fires can influence the in-stream physical habitat conditions that support fish, as well as the riparian habitat conditions, and as well as the biological prey resources supporting fish, which is really nicely illustrated by this figure drawn by Cecil Howell. And so an understanding of these pathways, how they interact with one another, and how they might vary in space and time, then can provide some really valuable insights. And so whole ecosystem perspectives and approaches then are needed to help us synthesize these pathways and identify some of these driving mechanisms. And to illustrate this, I'm going to describe a case study. Here in Western Oregon, where I'm currently based in Corvallis, we experienced pretty severe wildfires in 2020. Those 2020 fires burned over 1 million acres in Western Oregon forests, and those are highlighted by these pink polygons in the state of Oregon. And these fires were historic. We haven't seen fires of this magnitude in a really long time, but they may not have been historically unprecedented. This is a great paper by Matt Riley and others that basically describe that even though we haven't seen large fires in west side forests in the western parts of the Pacific Northwest, they're typical of the low frequency, high severity fire regime of this region. But because we haven't seen fires in our region in a really long time, the effects that wildfire may have remain poorly understood in our part of the Pacific Northwest. And another limiting factor that limits our understanding of what effects fire may have is that fire is random on the landscape, and so we can't predict where fire is going to take place. So we frequently lack pre-fire data, which we need to quantify the effects of what things are actually changing after a fire takes place. The exception to this is the Hinkle Creek watershed. The Hinkle Creek watershed was burned by the Archie Creek fire in 2020, which burned the Umpqua River Basin. This fire took place at relatively high severity, where over 75% of the fire perimeter burned at high or moderate severity, and it burned the sub-watersheds from the original Hinkle Creek watershed study. For those of you that aren't familiar with the Hinkle Creek watershed study, it took place in the early 2000s, and it sought to understand the effects of modern forest practices. It took a classic paired watershed design where the North Fork of Hinkle was a reference watershed, and the South Fork of Hinkle was a treatment watershed that was harvested over 2 different rounds. And what's really cool is that they measured a whole suite of parameters describing the physical habitat conditions that are relevant for fish, including stream flow conditions, suspended sediments, water temperature, and in-stream water quality, and then also measured invertebrate fish and amphibian populations. And we've since gone back to that watershed and monitored many of the same variables that were documented during the original Hinkle Creek watershed study. So here's a diagram of some of the different pieces of the puzzle that you would want to understand if you're trying to understand the effects of fire and fish from this paper by Ph.D. et al. You can see that they monitored a lot of those variables during the original study, and we've since gone back to remeasure a lot of those same variables. So the objectives of this work were to quantify the effects of fire on aquatic habitat conditions, including stream flow, water quality, riparian canopy, and stream temperatures, as well as fish populations, and then leverage the data that were collected from the original Hinkle Creek watershed study to be able to make comparisons before and after fire, as well as be able to compare different disturbance types because they monitored the effects of timber harvest during the original study. And since the original study took place, we've seen a dramatic shift in watershed conditions in Hinkle Creek. And it raises the question of how are fish responding to fire in a Western Oregon watershed like Hinkle Creek. And what's really interesting and surprising to us as researchers is the initial data are showing that we're seeing abrupt increases in water temperature. So this plot that I'm showing here shows some of the summer stream temperature data that we've collected from the study, where the blue box plots are pre-harvest conditions, the yellow box plots are post-harvest conditions, and the red box plots are post-fire conditions. And from the data that we've collected in Hinkle Creek after fire, we're seeing major increases in water temperature on the order of an average of 6 degrees of maximum temperatures in main stem portions of the watershed. And despite these abrupt increases in water temperature, we're seeing fish population increases after fire. And this is some fish data from cutthroat trout and other salmoniid species that live in these watersheds, and we're seeing increases in their biomass and density after fire relative to pre-fire conditions. And so it raises the question of how is this possible, and what are the mechanisms that might be driving this pattern of fish resilience in a post-fire landscape. And this is exactly where these whole ecosystem perspectives can then be really valuable to help us identify some of the causal mechanisms that might be linking these post-fire fish responses in Hinkle Creek. And this is where we decided to apply another whole ecosystem approach where we're trying to integrate aquatic ecosystems responses to fire using a food web modeling approach. And the idea behind this is that fire can affect many aspects of aquatic ecosystems, but how these pieces fit together still remain limited. And so the approach that we're selecting to take to help us better understand the mechanisms behind the post-fire fish responses in Hinkle is to adapt a food web simulation model called the aquatic trophic productivity model and run simulations where we can compare conditions in burned and unburned watersheds. The structure of the model is pictured here on the right, and we're essentially just tacking on wildfire to the model structure where fire affects both riparian forest conditions and in-stream physical habitat conditions that affect the rest of the ecosystem to ultimately affect fish. And the reason that we're bothering to do this is simply put that fish don't live in isolation. And instead they're part of this broader ecological network where you have riparian canopy conditions that influence the inputs of solar radiation and terrestrial organic matter that control the basal resources in aquatic ecosystems. Those basal resources support invertebrate populations that act as the major prey sources for top predators like fish. And when we think about fish in Northern California and the Pacific Northwest, we're frequently talking about salmonid fishes like juvenile salmon or resident trout. But even these salmonid fish species don't live on their own, and they frequently co-occur with arguably more charismatic species like benthic sculpin. And so this food web perspective then becomes really valuable to help us understand the effects that fire might have. Where with fire, many things are occurring. Where you have reductions in vegetation that can increase solar radiation, increase water temperature, increase primary production, and decrease terrestrial organic matter inputs. You have increases in runoff that can increase stream flow and discharge. You have increases in sediment erosion that can increase turbidity and nutrients. So how do all these pieces fit together to ultimately affect fish? And what's really cool is that a food web model like the aquatic trophic productivity model already includes a lot of the pieces of the puzzle that you would want to understand when we're trying to represent the major inputs and responses in a stream riparian system. And so the model inputs, it relies on a variety of terrestrial inputs such as riparian shading, canopy cover, canopy composition, leaf litter, and terrestrial insect inputs. And then on the aquatic side, it relies on stream flow, water temperature, turbidity, nutrients, and in-stream channel dimensions. And then it's modeling responses across multiple trophic levels from basal resources to top predators. And so we applied this model to ask the question, of how does variation in fire severity influence forested headwater streams in west-side forests of the Pacific Northwest. And we ran model simulations to represent conditions in these watersheds for 10 years before a fire took place and for 40 years after a fire took place. And the conceptual framework that we're working with in these model simulations is the effects of fire are likely going to be dynamic over time, and that they're going to vary with the severity of fire. And this is a picture of what this might look like. So in small forested watersheds of the Pacific Northwest, riparian canopy cover is likely really high, potentially in the mid-90s. But then after a fire is taking place, you're going to see a reduction in that canopy cover that's going to vary in its magnitude and extent depending on the severity of fire. So for a low severity fire, which is this orange line here, we might see a small reduction in canopy cover that can recover relatively quickly. Whereas with a moderate and high severity fire pictured in these red lines, not only are you seeing a larger reduction in canopy cover, it's going to take longer for that canopy cover to recover to pre-fire conditions. And with a high severity fire, we might not see complete recovery within the 40-year time span of our model simulations. And so we, when we're trying to represent fire in this model, we're applying this idea across all the different factors in the model that are changing when we're representing fire. So in the model, what's changing includes riparian shading and canopy cover, the composition of your riparian vegetation, so the relative ratio between your conifer and deciduous vegetation, water temperature conditions, stream flow, nutrients, and turbidity. And when you put all these pieces together in the model simulations can be really informative. And what they're showing is that wildfires can have really complex effects on aquatic ecosystems for forested headwater streams in the Pacific Northwest that are not inherently negative. Depending on the trophic level, we see responses that are both negative and positive that can be really dynamic through time. So even in situations where you see a negative effect of wildfire, for instance, on trout biomass under a high severity fire scenario, that biomass eventually recovers over time. And it can vary extensively with the fire severity. These model simulations we wrote up in a manuscript, so for anyone in the audience that might be interested in learning more about this, I'm happy to share the link to the paper that was recently published down here on the left. Now, how do we apply a tool like this? Well, I'm going to describe a few ways that we might apply a food web model that can be informative to help us understand the effects that fire may have on fish and aquatic ecosystems. The first application is that we can run sensitivity analyses with a model like this to help us identify the individual pathways that might be driving fish responses to fire. And this is an example of what that might look like. So here on the y-axis, I have the relative change in trout biomass that you might expect to see after fire relative to an unburned watershed. And with the model, we can run a lot of fire effects all at once. And that's shown by this black line under this low severity fire scenario. But then we can also run the model with the individual effects of fire run individually to get a sense of which effect of fire has the greatest influence on fish. And we see that there are certain effects that have positive influences on fish biomass, such as the increases in solar radiation that can increase primary production, the change in riparian canopy compositions away from conifer to deciduous, which provides higher quality resource inputs, and even small increases in water temperature after fire, as long as they don't exceed thermal thresholds, can have positive influences on fish biomass. There are other factors, such as increases in stream flow and changes in nutrients, that still have a positive influence on fish biomass, but just have a more muted effect. And then there are other factors, such as increases in turbidity and decreases in terrestrial resource inputs, that can negatively affect fish after fire. You can then run these sensitivity analyses across multiple fire severities to see how those effects vary with fire severity. When we do this, we see that there are some effects that continually have positive influences on fish biomass, such as those increases in primary production, the changes in canopy composition, other effects that are still positive but have that muted effect, such as the changes in stream flow that affect the habitat availability and the changes in nutrients, and then other effects that still have negative effects on fish biomass, such as those increases in turbidity and decreases in terrestrial resources. But then there's other effects like changes in stream temperature that have a lot of influence on fish biomass in these model simulations. And under the high severity fire scenario, you can see that there's decreases in fish biomass initially after fire, which suggests that there's a thermal threshold that's likely being exceeded within the model simulation. We've also developed an interactive version of this model. And the reason that we did this is that, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, that fire effects are frequently context dependent, that they're going to depend on background watershed conditions. And so we've developed this interactive version of the model that allows users to help explore different combinations of fire effects. And so if we click this link, which is also accessible by this QR code that I'm showing here on the screen that you are all welcome to access, it brings us to a model interface page. We can then run the model in real time, where we can run the model with background conditions, so before a fire takes place to provide a reference. Then there's this very handy switch, which we can turn fire on and look to see how an ecosystem is likely to respond to fire across multiple trophic levels, from basal resources all the way up to top predators. And then the user can specify what combination of fire effects they might want to explore. So I'm showing the responses across all the preset fire effects that we might expect to see. But what if we're in a watershed where there's a lot of groundwater and you might not expect to see any change in water temperature? We can change the water temperature response and then click run in the model to see what effect that might have on fish biomass. Another example is that, like in the Pacific Northwest, we haven't seen a big increase in sediment influx after fire. And so you can specify that with this interactive version of the model and click simulate to see what effects that might have. And so this allows interested users to play around with different combinations of fire effects that might be representative to the watershed that they're working in to better understand the implications of fire in their part of the world. So how does this apply to Eagle Creek? Another model application is that it can help us generate hypotheses that might guide empirical data collection. And so with Eagle Creek, we're using these model simulations to help us develop some post-fire fish response hypotheses of what might be explaining how fish are responding to fire in spite of these big increases in water temperature. So some of the hypotheses that we have include changes in thermal heterogeneity that might provide cool pockets of water, changes in aquatic productivity that might provide increased prey resources that could offset the stress for metabolic demands, and then potential interactions of temperature and prey resources that might influence fish persistence through some stressful summer conditions. And some evidence pointing that we've collected that might support any of these hypotheses include thermal heterogeneity within the watershed. Because we have fish data collected throughout the study watersheds, we see that fish population responses during the post-fire years are greatest at the upstream extents of the watershed, which correspond to the coolest post-fire stream temperature increases. We also see that there's tributary confluences that can input cool pockets of water, and so we're looking to see how that might correspond to increases in fish populations. We're also seeing potential evidence of increases in aquatic productivity. So with the canopy cover data that we're collecting, we're seeing substantial reductions in canopy cover that correspond to increases in light. We're also seeing increases in post-fire nutrient concentrations, and that's leading to increases in primary production that might lead to more prey available for fish populations. And so these model simulations are guiding the next steps in the data collection in the Hinkle Creek watershed, where we're collecting additional data on water temperature to identify potential thermal refugia. We're collecting additional data on periphyton, macroinvertebrates, and fish populations to assess potential changes in aquatic productivity. And then we're going to integrate this data into a bioenergetics model. And initial bioenergetic simulations are showing that potential changes in temperature that you might see in the summer, if they also correspond with changes in temperature during the other times of year, can offset these decreases in summer growth that might occur that can influence the fish population responses that we might be seeing. So in conclusion, fires can have complex effects on aquatic ecosystems and fish populations, and whole ecosystem perspectives can be really valuable and can provide unique insights into the mechanisms driving fish responses to fire. And that's going to be critical information to help us improve understanding between the linkages between fish and fire as fire becomes more frequent across the landscape. With that, if I have any time remaining, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Feel free to contact me at the email address that I have listed here, and I put that QR code up again if anyone's interested in playing around with that model interface that I shared. Thank you for your time.
What do you think, Josh? Do we have time for one question, or should we move on? Or
How about one question?
One question.
Any questions? Yes, back.
So, it's a really informative presentation and model that they developed. But I think it popped out at me was there wasn't a lot of attention paid to the physical modification of a stream channel through elevated sedimentation, including debris flows. There was a reference in one of the graphs to turbidity and terrestrial inputs, but I'd like to ask, why there wasn't more attention paid to physical changes on a macro scale.
David, did you hear that?
Do you mind repeating the question? I caught some of that, but I just want to make sure I understood it completely.
Yeah, why didn't you pay more attention to the larger scale physical changes such as elevated sediment input or debris flows following a wildfire?
Sediment inputs from debris flows following a wildfire.
Can you remind, I caught most of that, but Lenya, do you mind repeating that just so I'm crystal clear on the question?
Yeah, he's just wondering why you didn't pay more attention to the physical change in the structure of the stream through sediment, debris flow, things like that in the models.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the model includes some of those mechanisms, but it's not a physical habitat model that looks at physical structure within habitat. But then what's really interesting is that at least in the Pacific Northwest, we haven't seen a lot of evidence of these big debris flows occurring immediately post-fire, like they do in many other regions around the West, like the Rocky Mountains and the Southwest and other places in California. And so, we focused on some of the mechanisms in the model that represented the main responses that we've seen so far in the 2020 fires. But, debris flows can be a very important contribution of in-stream sediments that can improve physical habitat quality. The idea with the model is it's considering those physical habitat conditions in addition to the energetic prey resources that matter for fish. And so the physical sediment is just one component among many others that fire can be influencing fish. And so because a lot of attention has been made focusing on the physical in-stream habitat conditions, we also wanted to make sure that these other pathways that may be important for fish were represented. We do represent those in-stream sediment changes through those changes in turbidity. So in the model, those influxes of in-stream sediment can limit primary production. It can also limit foraging efficiency within the model. And so those are two ways that sediment is influencing fish, but then it's not necessarily capturing all the changes in physical habitat quality that matter for fish populations. And so that's an area where we would love to expand model simulations.
Thank you very much, David. Sorry, we're gonna move on just for the sake of time. Our next presentation is by Luis Comanisi from UC Davis, talking about fire retardants.
Thanks. Hi everyone, my name is Luis Cominassi. I'm a postdoc at UC Davis. I work in an ecotoxicology lab, and today I'm going to give you kind of a different perspective on what we saw so far, because I'm not directly looking at wildfire impact, but mostly the impact of fire retardant on salmonid, and specifically at early life stages. So as a quick background, kind of something we already know, but salmonid regroup a number of species such as coal salmon, Chinook salmon, or steelhead, also called rainbow trout. And along the west coast of the US, we have a general decline in abundance in those species. And as an example for Chinook salmon, from Alaska to California, the abundance has been decreased about 40% with fewer individuals for the past 50 years. And in California, we count fall run, and this decline has been so important for the winter run and the spring run that it's been classified as endangered and threatened by the Endangered Species Act. And so why is that? The reasons are multiple, such as climate change, changing habitat and habitat degradation, and also contaminant, and here I'm going to focus on one contaminant, fire retardant. So wildfire are happening more frequently because of climate change and also landscape mismanagement. And to fight the wildfire spread, we use different fire retardant that are spread along the fire, and there's regulation not to spread closer to water bodies, but sometimes when the population is at risk, it happens. But mostly, fire retardant can enter freshwater system through runoff and pose a risk for aquatic ecosystem and for our fish. So, what is important to know about most chemical in general, but the fire retardant, is that their toxicity is tested using what we call FC50. So it's the lethal concentration at which 50% of one population will die exposed to this concentration. But we don't have information on at lower concentration, is there other effects that are not mortalities, is there sublethal effect. And generally, this LCP is tested on mammal, but also on aquatic species, and mostly on rainbow trout at juvenile stage. So we also don't really know what happened on other species and at a different stage of life. And a third point is, for example, in California, the fire season starts around May, and storm season and runoff will happen in January. So from May to January, those fire retardants that have been spread are exposed to the environmental condition, and so can change in toxicity. So that's what we call weathering. So the aim of our project was to try to understand how fire retardant impacts salmonid during the early life stage. And we had a first research question was really looking into the effect on the lethality at early life stage on salmonid. So we actually studied two species, rainbow trout and Chinook salmon. So rainbow trout embryo were studied at Oregon State, and at UC Davis we looked into embryos of Chinook salmon. And the second question was to understand is there any sublethal consequence and change in our Chinook salmon. So I'm going to present right now first what we did to test or look into the lethality impact, and then I will present my result on the sublethal impact. So the fire retardant that we studied is photocheck because it's really commonly used in California. And the information that we know about this project is that it's been assessed on juvenile and rainbow trout, and the lethal concentration for juvenile and rainbow trout was around 327 microliter per liter. And for us, we were interested to see the exposition of this project weather. So for that, we using a solar simulator, we mimic the effect on the environment. So we kind of reproduce the intensity and the spectral characteristic of the sun on the project. But we also looking this project applied as is, so freshly applied, and the impact of embryo to see what was the LC50 for Chinook salmon and rainbow trout embryos. So we tried to have the same method at Oregon State and UC Davis on rainbow trout and Chinook salmon, but basically what we did is we have embryo that are exposed at different concentration for 96 hours, and we tried to determine what is the concentration at which 50% of the embryo would die. And we tested this for both weather and non-weather chemical. So first result for rainbow trout embryo. So you have two graphs with the concentration on x-axis and the y-axis the percentage of mortality. And so on the left you have the weather chemical and on the right the non-weather. And here we can see that for weather, the toxicity, the LC50 was lower than the non-weather, so the toxicity for the weather, so the chemical that being through environmental condition is more toxic than the other version. And we can also see that the LC50 is 2 times lower than the one measured on rainbow trout juvenile, so embryo are more sensitive for the rainbow trout. Now if we look at Chinook salmon, same type of graph, but this time the LC50 is way higher. So it's still lower in the weather than non-weather, so we again have more potent and toxic chemical for the weather chemical, but we can see here compared to rainbow trout juvenile, it's 45 times less sensitive. The embryo is 45 times less sensitive. So a quick first discussion on the lethality of the product. So we saw that the product, when it was weathered, was more toxic than non-weathered for both rainbow trout and Chinook salmon. But we also saw that rainbow trout embryo were the most sensitive than juvenile, and then Chinook salmon were not as sensitive. So for that, we believe it's because Chinook salmon has the corium, so it's the egg shell, that is thicker than rainbow trout. So it's possible that it's a better barrier against the toxicity of this product. So while the embryo seems to be not sensitive, we're still curious of what will happen for alvin or fry stage. But overall, what we concluded is that we cannot underestimate the effect of this chemical when we don't look into the weather and how environment can change its toxicity. Now looking more on the sublethal effect of this product, so we only looked into Chinook salmon. And again, we have the product that was weather or non-weather, and we exposed our embryos at different concentration. And again, our embryo were exposed for 96 hours, after which they were put back in clean water until they hatch. And once they hatch, we measure for morphology, and we keep them also still in clean water until they were swimming to be able to measure different behavioral traits such as locomotion, photomotor response, and anxiety-like behavior, and I'm going to explain exactly what it means. So for morphology measurement, we do that because it kind of gives us an idea of if the development of the fish is impacted by the project. And we look into the length of the fish and the yolk sac volume just at hatching. And for behavior, what we do is once the fish swim, we transfer them in a system, a sort of different bowl, and with a light system underneath and a camera above to record the behavior. And so we let them actually in the dark, and we film them in the dark, and then we switch on the light, and we still record them on the light. So that allows us to measure different locomotion parameters, such as velocity, the time they burst or freeze, but also parameter on satiety. So naturally, fish will tend to stay closer to the border of the bowl. It kind of acts as a shelter. We call it thermotaxis or wall hugging, but they can sometimes some chemical can lead them to leave a boulder and then move to the center of the bowl. And photomotor response, we look into how they change activity with the light and how they respond to this light trigger. And light often act as a trigger for if it's time to go foraging, so it can give us an idea of change in behavior. And the first thing we looked at we really wanted to look into sublethal effects. So the fish were not supposed to die, and it's pretty low concentration. But what we saw after 96 hours, we don't have significant mortality. But when they are transferred in water, we observe for the weather, so the graph that is above, that for our two highest concentration, we had important mortality between 75% and the highest was like 100% mortality of fish. So even at concentration that are like 10 times lower than the RC50 in clean water, in what is recovery, we still have really important mortality here. Now my first result in morphology. So in this graph we have the different concentration in the x-axis and the size in millimeter here. And in blue you have the control fish and the weather in yellow and non-weather in green. And here so we don't have weather because, as I mentioned, we had high mortality here. And overall, so we don't have difference between each concentration and they're intact with the control. The only difference we have is at 800 microliter here. So far it's preliminary results, so I'm not able to explain the change. But overall, we can say there's no effect of phosphate on land at hatch. Similarly for your sac volume, so we have the same type of graph, and again, we didn't have any effect of the fire retardant on the volume at hatch of the yolk sac. Now if we look more into behavior and response, so here we look into the change of activity between light and dark. And there's, so the salmon, what we notice is they tend to be more active in the light than in the dark. And here overall, there were no difference with the control or even any difference between treatment for each concentration. So no effect of phosphate on photomotor response. But now, so it's a bit of a complicated graph, but if we look in locomotion, so here are different concentration again, and on the y-axis the different parameters that we measure. And so here what we show is that if it's in red, it's an increase of a parameter compared to the control in white, and if it's blue, it's a reduction. But mostly it's the star, it means that the parameter is significantly different from the control. So here, even at the lowest concentration, we have significant difference with the control, so we have change in behavior of our fish. And overall, interpreting this table, the fish tend to be more hyperactive or swim erratically. But yes, the overall message is that phosphate induce an alteration or change in behavior even at the lowest concentration in all larvae. And now the last result for behavior is the anxiety-like behavior. So as I mentioned, either if they are closer to the border of the bowl, so it will be in dark orange, in the light orange, and if they are in the center, it will be in dark orange. So our fish tend to spend more time at the border than at the center, so we have an increase in anxiety. And this is happening in all concentration almost at both, in both weather and non-weather clinical. So yeah, an increase in anxiety-like behavior with the post-check in larvae. So what does everything mean? Good question. So first, what we saw was that even at concentration that was 10 times lower than our LC50, so really the test that is used to determine the toxicity of any product, we still saw some mortality, especially for the product that was weathered. So just doing a 96-hour test of LCCT might underestimate the effect on mortality of the population. We didn't see any difference in morphology, so it might suggest that there's no impact of the product on the development and its energy cost. But we saw significant difference in almost all parameters of locomotion and anxiety-like behavior, and this is a characteristic and trait that are important for survival of the fish in the wild, as it may affect the capacity of forage for food or avoid predators, and so it's an adding stressor for the population. So as a general conclusion, kind of repeat what we saw earlier. So we saw that the toxicity of post-check was species-specific. It's different lethality between rainbow trout and Chinook salmon. And there's an importance to not only look at the LCBT, but looking in different sublethal effect, as we saw a behavior that was different at even the lowest concentration that was 200 times lower than our LC50. And this project, we don't know the full list of ingredients, but we know that the active ingredient is ammonia phosphate. And ammonia phosphate tend to impact the gills, but mostly the nervous system, so it might be the reason why we see such difference in behavior. But I'm still looking into data, but it changed other water parameters. With higher concentration, we had a lower pH, a higher conductivity, and higher salinity. So I have to look more into that to be able to fully explain our result. And a recent paper and study on this similar post-check observed the presence of heavy metal, so it might be also important to look into this. So that's our future direction. First, I want to look more into if there are also difference in the actual success of larvae with the different concentration and weathering process. Look into the response between weather and non-weather for behavior, because while we look into concentration, I haven't really fully looked into difference in the weathering. And do maybe a non-target analysis to really understand what's happening with the weathering and how the product is changing. And I want to repeat this on Chinook salmon alum to see if they're as sensitive as the rainbow trout or less sensitive like the embryo. And a few results on the rainbow trout and what's been happening at Oregon State. They actually exposed fried rainbow trout to the similar concentration that we have, and they saw some deformation and a cranial expansion of rainbow trout, and which they don't have difference between the weathering, but they see more malformation with increasing concentration. So yeah, they have this the swelling of the brain. And with that, I want to acknowledge my lab, both in UC Davis and the Segura lab, and the team in the Brenda lab at Oregon State.
Questions? Will? How do we connect the levels that you're using for sublethal toxicity to what we might see in the field from an errant dump of retardant? I mean, just an example from Orleans is that
They put retardant in our drinking watershed in Perch Creek in 2006, and that registered, the phosphorus at least registered from the PhosCheck for like 6 or 7 years afterwards, like over the amounts. And so I know there's so much like diversity. Was it a direct hit or did it come in from a side trip? But could you take samples from the field where there's been instances and cross-reference that with your research so we know what's a problem versus what isn't?
That's a good question. So it's a tough one because unfortunately in the water there's not only one contaminant, so it's a multiple effect. But if we sample for fish and maybe bring them to the lab and repeat some of the experiments that have been run and compare results, we might be able to distinguish that. We can also maybe look into body residue and which chemical they accumulate in the body, and if it's the same as the PhosCheck project, for example. That could be an idea.
You mentioned bursting. What is bursting?
Oh, sorry. Bursting is if they're swimming normally, they're cruising, and if they have kind of a fast speed, it will be bursting for example, to avoid predator, they will, in a few seconds change their speed to really fast.
Kind of related to the first question, I was curious how you came to use 96 hours for your testing time, and if, in the field, the exposure to the chemical could be prolonged, or even, over years of a lifespan of the fish.
Yeah. So here we use 96 hours because it's kind of a method that is standardized for toxicology assessment. It's often 24 hours or 96 hours. And there's a study that do it for 10 days for certain contaminants, but the most common way to do it is 96 hours. And I don't know how or if there's any research that do it for longer, but that would be interesting to see, because even in clean water we still see effects. So if they expose longer, there's chance that we will have different effect and impact on a fish.
Anyone else? Yeah.
Yes.
How would you assess the effects of sunlight on the chemical interaction between the PhosCheck and the water chemistry itself, and then the effects on the fish?
Yes, that's a good question, because I'm not a chemist, so it's hard for me to understand, but it seems that the UV are affecting some the inert component of the project and change the toxicity. So the way we can assess that is, as I mentioned, as a non-target analysis, see if the components are the same before weathering and after.
Thank you. So just real quick, I personally think this is an important topic. There's more and more retardant use. There's more and more direct hits. I've seen a number, 4 different years, different times myself on fires, and we're now kind of spraying just kind of roadsides really commonly. So more research on this, I think, is a really good idea.
All right. Well, so fun to spend the day with all of you. So many people in this room have dedicated their lives to restoring salmon in California. And also, especially, I think just, seeing beyond the confines of Western science and seeing the deeper work of being people of place and seeing how the overlapping ecosystem processes that have shaped these systems through millennia are interacting with each other and with our human modifications, and seeing that work that we can do to fix that. And just so many of my mentors so many of the folks that have inspired me to do my work are here at this conference right now. And so I'm just really, really thankful to be here. So yeah, the Klamath Dam's fell. Now let's get to work restoring fire for the fish. My name is Will Harling. I'm the restoration director of the Mid-Klamath Watershed Council. I'm also the co-lead of the Western Klamath Restoration Partnership. I'm also a CARX burn boss, and I've been in fish restoration my whole life too. So it's that mix of fish and fire. I mean, the two big processes that are shaping the Klamath Mountains where I live. And I was born, I don't know if this thing has a laser, but basically right where you see the North and South Fork come together, that's where I was born in 1974. Beautiful landscape.
I think I turned that off to save battery. Sorry, Will.
Oh, that's all right.
There you go.
Oh.
Sorry, I would come up there and run the slide for you, but
Thanks, Don. You know, just a shout out that, you know, where we live and work in the Mid-Klamath is you know, incredibly diverse from the terms of indigenous peoples. I mean, the number of different languages that are spoken, the deep cultural ties that persisted through the genocide era and the gold rush. I mean, just in our area alone, you know, working with the Aquatic tribe, the Yurok tribe, the Hupa tribe, you know, they speak very different languages. They have very distinct cultures. But what has always struck me is that they have the same religion, you know, Pekyawish, to fix it, and they practice that together. And you know, in this day and age when there's, you know, so much conflict between people, to see such diverse people choose to work together and instead work their differences out in the dance pit, you know, with who's got the best regalia instead of who's got the biggest guns is a really powerful lesson. And, you know, these are historic photos. The inspiring thing about these cultures is that the revitalization that's going on right now, the ceremonies that are still being brought back, the lessons that are still unfolding both within the tribes and for folks that are witnessing that, for the allies of the tribes. It's incredible to see the revitalization. And I wish Juan was here. This was a war dance that Ron organized at T-Bar to bring the young men together. You know, the Klamath Dams coming down was truly, I mean, you can't describe it in words, except to say that Grist and North Coast Journal just produced an incredible article about how the dams came down that I really suggest folks check out. This was some of the great digital art that was created through that article. This is the dam footprint behind Copco 1 that was unearthed. And, you know, when I think about, you know, just reading that article brought up for me of how important, you know, individuals were in that process. And the article really, you know, touches on Ronnie Pierce on the left there, who was a mentor to Leaf and Troy and Ron and so many other of the folks who are responsible for dam removal. But what that article really covers is that they didn't know what to ask for. And if it wasn't for Ronnie Pierce, you know, they maybe wouldn't have asked for all 4 dams to come down. They wouldn't have asked for what that river needed to heal. And I find so often in our work, you know, we're faced with these constraints on a project. And a lot of those constraints are maybe what we think that the landowner is going to say. What's the adjacent landowner going to say? What's the permitter going to say? And I just want to, you know, maybe all take a little piece of Ronnie Pierce with us and every project we do. And ask, you know, what do the fish say? You know, what does this river say? What does this watershed say? And go and be a voice for that in our work. And Ewok Troy Fletcher, you know, watching him negotiate between incredibly disparate interests within the Klamath Basin, and through his giant heart, paint a way forward for all of us, a path forward for all of us to see a future in which, you know, everyone had a place, from the ranchers and the Headwaters to all the users down the river to the mouth. And you know, these are the people, these are the shoulders that we all stand on in our work. And you know, shout out to Ron. Hey, you came in just in time, Ron.
I missed it, I'm sorry.
No, you didn't miss it. You came in right in time, right on cue, brother.
That makes me feel young.
Yeah. These are the people that brought the dams down, and they went to the ends of the earth to do it. And I mean, you heard Ron speak a little bit earlier, but it was his voice early on with me that inspired me to dedicate my life to the work that I'm doing, and Bill and Merv, you know. It's like people like that, and just to, you know, my point here is not to focus on any one person, but to say that it was an incredible array of powerful people that are working together to make that change. And that's why I love this conference. That's what we have here. An incredible group of people who are working together to make a change on our landscape. And we need to remember that. Like, what are we here to learn? What do we have to share? The moment I knew the dams were coming down was when I heard Florence Conrad on the left there say, you know, if they decide that these dams aren't coming down, I'm going to put a backpack of C4 on my back and I'm going to blow those things up. And enough people, that love of Florence in our community was enough that it was like everybody came together to make that change happen, because we knew what it meant to the elders who knew what it meant to the river. And you know what? I put Mark Branscombe up here, the head of the Klamath River Renewal Corporation, because I think we're at a choice point here as humans on this earth. You know, Pikyawish, as it was explained to me, is about survival in place. And that's why you see the Hupa and the Yurok all embracing that. And I think why the Klamath dams came down ultimately was you had this huge group of non-native people that finally recognized that spirit that was embodied in Ronnie Pierce and Troy and Ron and so many others. And gave their hands to that struggle. I mean, that's why the Mid-Klamath Watershed Council that I work with got started, was to support the tribe in the dam removal effort, and to be a coalescing force for those non-native voices. And so that choice for us is, when are we as settlers going to become fix the world people? And that's the day we'll finally come home. Not in some appropriate way like Don was, you know, cautioning us about, but there's ways that we all know how to support our tribal neighbors to do the good work that needs to be done. And there's a lot of good work that needs to be done. The extent of the modification that's happened to our mountains and rivers is almost unimaginable. And you can't go up and down the Klamath River without just, you know, feeling, you know, that the impact of you know, whole, like this is about a whole mile up at Cherry Flat where the river was flopped into a new channel and dredged. And they've been dredging gravel out of this site ever since. But there's also clues of indigenous management everywhere you look, and if you look closely enough, you start to see the patterns of indigenous burning and indigenous stewardship. This is where Ron Dipnet fishes down at Ishipishi Falls, looking up at Estuary Tuiship, Offfield Mountain, where the, you know, ceremonially every year up until 1917, the Aquatic tribe at the new moon in September, as it was described to me, the medicine man would start a fire here down at the falls. And the young men who had been, you know, working and praying up that mountain and then eventually gathering fuels at the top would push that fire off the top of the mountain. And if they were managing the world right, you know, that fire would burn out to the landscape and do nothing but good. And when you look at closer, you know, at this forest, and you see the openings and gaps, you see the diversity and age of the trees, you look at the skyline, you know, a skyline that today would be, you know, just an even age canopy of firs growing branch to branch. You start to see, you know, the footprint of that cultural fire on the landscape and start to piece back to what, you know, what it was and what it can be again in 1,000 years, like Ron said. There's places where it's really hard to see what it was, and that change happened long before some of us were born. Like at Red Cap Glade, just downriver from Orleans, where Laverne Glaze, you know, remembers gathering rodeo bulbs with her grandmother as a young girl. And that place now isn't there. Those meadows no longer exist. All those rodeo bulbs are either sleeping under the fir needles or gone. Or, you know, looking up from Big Rock at Estuary Tuiship, you know, this was taken, one of the earlier photos, it's taken in 1890. But you fast forward to the present and you almost are starting to lose that view with all the firs that are come up, you know, on all those ridges looking upstream. It's been a type level conversion. You know, there's little crumbs left along the way that speak of how fire used to be used on the land. I love this map from Hoopa Valley, and if you've seen my presentations before, you probably saw this slide. But I always put it in there because, you know, these little polygons tell so much about cultural fire. You can see where they were walking trails and just burning along the trail as they went to keep those corridors open. Those also happen to be along traversable ridges where that'd be a great place, you know, if you're a firefighter today to be able to stop a fire or to keep it, you know, from going to 100,000 acres. And then across the creek, you know, where there was these oak woodlands and hazel patches, you see they were at what looks like, you know, just what today we would call a burn unit. But the difference is that these polygons most likely didn't have fire lines around them. They were just burning to that fire they had last year. And so when you're burning into good black from the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, there's no place for that fire to go. But it's something you do all the time. You know, Bill Tripp talks a lot about this. You know, he's like, when I was 4 years old, my grandma started teaching me how to use fire on the land. And that didn't stop, and I think that was true for so many indigenous youth, so that the average understanding of fire, you know, and I meant that yesterday when we were on that low-tech process-based restoration tour with Kevin Swift, you know, it was like, I mean, I love how you think, Kevin, because it's, you know, it's on a time scale and a time frame that, and a depth that a lot of us haven't been able to grok yet. But I meant that comment, you know, that indigenous communities were teaching that kind of knowledge from such a young age that it was inherent in the population. And that gets us to a place of where we can see a type of management that vastly improves the amount of resources on the landscape. And, you know, the indigenous folks that I work with are, you know, they're not working to save it for, you know, to be studied. They're working to put it in their refrigerator and you know, to survive off those food sources. And what that looked like in this 600,000 acres around Orleans and Solms Bar was having about 7,000 cultural burns every year. Each, you know, tribal person of age in a family would have a responsibility with igniting along a trail or in the village for very specific reasons. This was an amazing study that Skye Greenler did, interviewing Karuk elders and practitioners, as well as looking at historical data to piece this together. But, you know, most people can't even comprehend what 7,000 ignitions in that small of a landscape would look like. But essentially it would look like that slide from Hoopa, where you'd have small patch burns burning into last year's burn, and there was no threat. And that conveyor belt of sediment and wood going into our streams was always functioning. There wasn't any break in the cycle. The salmon knew what they could depend on when they came home. There was going to be spawning gravel there. This is the landscape that I grew up in. The landscape of clear-cut logging. I remember Jim Hincher, a tribal elder who also worked for Croman Corporation, said they had to quarter saw the 8-foot diameter sugar pine in order to fly them out in a ship, and they were allowed to leave all of the tops without treating any of the slash to make it economical. I watched those helicopters fly all day, every day throughout the summer until 87 fires came and ripped up all that slash from the bottom up and burned those DG slopes so hot that all that about 8 feet of topsoil ran into the river below my house, and all of a sudden there was no place for the salmon to be. And since then it's just gotten worse. I mean, you know, this is what I saw coming into Happy Camp at the beginning of the Slater fire. This was about the time that, you know, pretty much every house on Indian Creek was burning up, and it was creeping towards Happy Camp. In that first 24-hour period, it burned 125,000 acres. It was a 100-year wind event. You know, we had 50-mile-an-hour east winds for about 24 hours straight, 3% humidity. It was like a river of fire going across the land, and there was literally no way to stop it, except that 2 recent wildfire footprints stopped it dead in its tracks. And this is just scaling up that idea that we saw from that slide from the Hoopa Reservation. You know, fire is what stops fire. And I'm so proud of CAL FIRE, in fact. Like, I'm driving down the highway and I see, you know, CAL FIRE, you know, prepping, you know, front and prescribed burning these days. I mean, that's a huge change, Lenya. You could pat yourself on the back for that one. You know, these types of events, like we heard from some of the earlier speakers, you know, they're catastrophic. I mean, there were whole herds of elk that were killed in this fire that couldn't outrun the fire. But, you know, at the same time, like Taz Soto from the Karuk Fisheries pointed out, you know, the hydrograph the day after that burn showed a 40% increase in summer base flows. Now that's what, Ron, I remember you calling this back in the day, you know, some politically untapped water.
I can't remember that far back well.
You know, and I mean, we see that when we look at fire a lot. I mean, this is kind of a Rorschach inkblot test here. You know, some people look at this before and after from Grider Creek and they're like, you know, it's freaky. I mean, about 20 miles of stream, pristine stream, got filled in a day from a massive thunderstorm. You know, this happened right around the time when people were really starting to talk about stage 0 channels. And I mean, if you look at it from that lens, we got a lot closer to a stage 0 channel in one day, with, you know, without hundreds of thousands of dollars of fish projects and permits and big yellow machines. So there is that restorative nature, but I think the problem that we see here is we have too many of these refugial streams that are blinking off too quickly because the increase of high severity fire on the landscape. And you know, what we saw, you know, all that vegetation in the places where fires aren't burning is sucking up the summer base flows, and so the in-stream conditions are getting to the point where fish can't make it through the summers. And I know the folks on Butte Creek have seen these die-offs like we've seen on the salmon and the Klamath rivers, but there is a role for smoke to play in cooling down the rivers and to keep fish from having to jump on the rocks into these cold water trips to get away. And a huge part of that is, you know, restoring fire process in these middle elevations and all the way down to the rivers. You know, that goes, you know, the high country snowpack is not making it to the river systems. It's getting sucked up in between by forests that are, you know, 400% more veg than was historically there. You know, this combination of caring for the fish and caring for fire on the landscape is, you know, why I show up anytime Lenya asks, you know, to these fish and fire workshops, because, you know, we did take out dams and it was an incredible accomplishment. But I really feel like we're gonna need the fish folks in this room in order to restore fire at the landscape scale. Because we talked a little about earlier today, the wilpas or whatever, the stream, the protection zones that they make us have where we can't treat along streams for fish, you know, are creating issues when we go to put fire back into those areas. And how we interact with the stream with fire is so critical. I mean, Brock and I this morning were like philosophizing over our breakfast burritos about, you know, how best to stuff a goalie and then not burn it up the next year when you do prescribed fire. There's a sweet spot there, and we just haven't found it yet. Yeah, and you know, storytelling, I just want to pitch, Don and I were just talking about how we try not to put any words on our slides. You know, this is about a story and about connection with people, and so telling that fish story means listening to the fish and hearing what they had to say about that restoration project. You know, I look around today, I see too many projects that they spend 20 or $30 million on that, you know, it looks great on paper, but you need to be asking what the fish are saying about that project. You know, how are the fish feeling that? And, you know, put your head underwater. Hopefully somebody's putting their head underwater to figure that out. And I think that's why, you know, I'm so happy to see the representation from tribes and from NGOs. And it's no shade on the state and federal agencies. It's just that we all need to be working together to solve this problem. No one entity is going to fix it. And when you really start to see change is when the communities are getting behind this work and putting their backs to that wheel to make it turn. And just, you know, to say that, you know, this starts with trying things out, not knowing whether or not they're going to work, and seeing what people can come together around. For us, it was a community liaison program that activates during wildfires so that the community has a say in what's going on in their landscape and has an ability to converse with the incident commander and the incident management team. This was a haphazard group of us that just ended up on Lower Camp Creek Road as the 2013 Orleans fire was burning up the mountain behind us. People who just wanted to save their neighbors' homes and came together to do it, and ended up working for the next 48 hours and helped save, you know, all but one house in the town of Orleans. You know, and there's something for everybody, you know, if, you know, the elders, you know, coming out to just heckle us, like Phil Sanders heckling us, chipping the big oak, that valley oak that came down, or, you know, the folks that can help with the meetings. There's so many roles to play. And, you know, just connecting with people on a real level. I love this picture of Frank Lake with his daughter on the local Father's Day parade. You know, just taking Ada out for a spin in her baby basket there. You know, getting the good message out about fire safety. MCWIC got us start just doing volunteer work days with the tribe, with Taz and others, you know, who saw that there was a time every year when the juvenile salmon in the Klamath River had to get out, or else the temperatures got so hot that they were going to die. And so we realized, you know, we could start to make these step pool fishways out of the river for those fish to get someplace that they could survive until the conditions got good enough to head back upstream again, or go up that trip to spawn. You know, is this going to save salmon in the Klamath River? Hell no. But you sit with kids or adults that do this work for a day with their hands, moving rocks, building pools, learning about fish passage and what a little fish this big can and can't do. And by the end of the day, they're smiling, they're laughing, they're telling stories, and they want to do more. They want to maybe go to college and get that degree that's going to, you know, maybe they're going to become the next engineer or the next, you know, project coordinator that's going to help us spread this work to, you know, much bigger landscape. That's my daughter right there, Rory, and her friend, Livia. You know, you can tell, it's like, you take them out for the day on the river, go for a raft trip, you know, do some fish passage work. And now Rory wants to go to Cal Poly Humboldt and come back and work for MCWIC and carry on my work, you know, especially when I got my cancer diagnosis. She was like, yeah, I got your back, Papa. I'm coming home, I'm gonna make this happen. Taking these kids up to the dams in lead up to dam removal was such a powerful thing because, you know, we live most of our lives not even thinking this was a possibility. You know, these kids grew up knowing it was going to happen. And coming up to say, hey, I want to see those dams, I want to rock off those dams because they're going to go away here in a minute. And then I want to come back and see what it looks like afterwards. And that's the difference. I mean, Ron, I look at your kids as like the litmus test of, you know, is this working? You know, I remember them when they were in grade school. You know, when Ryan was just a baby in your arms, Robin, and now look at him. You know, he's making a difference across the world. You know, he's speaking. You know, it's powerful stuff. And those stories that they're telling is really why we're starting to make a change in the Western Klamath. You know, we came together after 20, 30 years of the timber wars. You know, this is like the epicenter. Spotted owls were getting nailed to the local ranger district. You know, environmentalists were, you know, blocking logging roads, and it was really conflicting. I mean, in my own family, my brother and I didn't talk for 3 years because he's a lifelong timber faller, and, you know, I was a fisheries biologist, and I thought he was screwing up the world. And, you know, we were finally able to work through that with the same stuff that the Western Klamath Restoration Partnership did, which was coming together around our shared values. You know, what we all believed in. We stopped arguing about that 5% that we disagreed on and started to work together to plan big for, you know, what we could do to bring fire back to that landscape. And I would love to, I challenge the folks in this room to do this overlay assessment on your landscape. I really thought when we created this in 2014 that folks would start to do this on their landscapes. This is a map of the 24 different spatial layers that represented the shared values that we all agreed on, which was, hey, you know, everybody agrees we need to start taking out some of these mid-mature firs along the roads. Everybody agrees we need to have defensible space and around our homes and fuel breaks along our roads. Everybody agrees we need to start thinking about those strategic rich top fuel breaks that are going to allow us to think about how fire moves across the landscape on our terms. So we have a ways to go, but you know, I think one of the most important things with the Western Climate Restoration Partnership, from the very beginning, traditional knowledge was equal to Western science. And having folks like Frank Lake and Bill Tripp, you know, there on the ground, like this was a marking exercise where we had 5 different groups that were marking how we would mark a stand. It was a mechanical stand as part of the SOMS project, and then describing that, you know. It took a long time, but we all learned, you know, that interplay between Western science and traditional knowledge. And then while we were thinking big about the landscape, we were also burning together and experimenting on how to bring fire back in a good way. And I just want to make a pitch. I know a lot of people talk about the value of low and moderate severity fire, but there is a place for high severity fire, especially in meadow systems, where you can look at those 44 historic photos and know that this was a meadow that in the absence of cultural burning turned into a thicket of, in this case, pine and fir stand. That, you know, in this day, it was a pretty hot and dry fall window. We were able to come in and with the drip torch decide what trees stayed and went. And you know, this is at the end of the burn. You see there's a lot of smiles on these faces from people who don't usually smile. It was a fun day and a good day. And that burning together built the resources for us not to need to bring people from other continents to help us do these burns. Now we have, you know, 60 to 80 folks in our community that will show up when we need to do a good burn, and they have the qualifications and understanding to make it happen. Really important to start at the homes and work out and get that trust of your community that they're going to let you start burning at the landscape scale if they feel like their homes are protected. So important to bring the youth along with us and to bring your partners with you when you work with the youth. I love this work day up in Happy Camp or educational event because you had the Forest Service folks, our local NGO and local tribal folks from our tribal and NGO fire crews, local elementary school, some high schoolers, and some of the local college kids that come back home that were some of the presenters that day. And just so much learning happens in those events. Thank you. I'll speed it up. Yeah, and then, you know, the importance of not just restoring cultural burning, but restoring the different cultures of cultural burning. So this is a picture from the Cruz Indigenous Women's Treks. I think this was the first year it was brought back because in Cutter culture, the women did their own burning that was separate from the men. And, you know, we started out for the first 7 or 8 years just kind of all burning together, and then those indigenous leaders were like, wait a minute, you know, we have our place, we have our seat at this table. Folks like Asia Conrad and Vicki Preston. I'm short on time, so I'm going to just kind of go through these. You know, these are various pictures of some of our burns. You know, this is kind of the grass low severity burns down at Tashanik, and some of the more intense burns where we're, you know, targeting these mid-canopy trees to kill those to protect the predominant trees in this 80-acre West Sims unit. A lot of people would look at a photo like this and think that's not good fire, but ultimately you know, that fire allowed us to restore these riparian wetlands, which you see in this paper by Dan Sarna et al. You can see over time, you know, the loss of these riparian area openings, meadows, and then how they came back through multiple burns. First the trees die, then they fall down, and then you work with the elk to get rid of them. In fact, these burns actually brought back the elk to the Orleans Valley after being gone for over 100 years. So just an incredible culture of burning on the Klamath River. I invite you all to come burn with us at some point. The fall treks, I mean, we're burning in June. Feel free to reach out. Yeah, and the burning's getting bigger. The Somes project is a 5,600 acre project with the Forest Service. This is a burn on the edges of Offield Mountain to protect some of the nearest homes. And I was so proud of the Forest Service for, you know, stepping back and having a local tribal fire crew member lead the ignitions on that burn. It was a precedent for our area, and they had the hot shots doing a support role, which they weren't super comfortable with, but finally wrapped their head around. Yeah, these are just the WKRP page, WKRP.network, if you're interested in hearing more. These are some of the plans that we've come out with that I think are really valuable reads for folks who want to look a little deeper into, you know, managing the upslope. Especially, we throw some bones to the fisheries folks in there. And these are, you know, all this collaboration has brought in a lot of diverse funding, which I think is essential, you know, because the landscape is asking us to treat it at that landscape scale. I mean, I'm speaking your same story, Don. It's like, how often do we go into a watershed wanting to make a difference, but we get, you know, the first, you know, 100 acres done and a 100,000 acre fire comes and burns through everything, and all we have left is a little green patch where we did our work. We can't do that anymore. We have to figure out how to scale it up, and, you know, so we've gotten a lot of funding, including this last NIFWIF grant, which I think is super important because it was built to take away the limiting factors that were keeping us from getting to scale. So I'm super excited about these next few years as we start to really ramp up. Ooh, I know I'm getting close here, so we'll just move through these. These are some of the fuel breaks around the community of Orleans that when we got a major wildfire event in 2023, they turned into the SRF lightning complex. These are all the lightning strikes and all the fires that resulted from them. We were able to take that wildfire and basically manage it like a massive prescribed burn. When it was about 20,000 acres, we engaged with it, and you can see these long, this is the, you know, the daily sequence of this fire. We're able to take a 20,000 acre fire and turn it into a 50,000 acre wildfire that mostly burned at low and moderate severity. It burned right behind my house here at Butler Flat. You know, this was one of the first times in the West Coast that the Forest Service was able to manage a fire like this. And it really took like 20 plus years of work locally to build that social license to do it with, you know, Humboldt County and a lot of the other partners. And the amazing thing was, at the end of the year, when we had our after action review with the community, there was all but one person in that meeting that was supportive of that choice. So that's just you know, that's an indication that we succeeded in bringing our community along with us. This is what the Slater fire looks like now. You know, we're getting an even-age sea of fuels that are coming up in that 125,000 acres. And we're losing that window that we could step into there and start to burn those, you know, 5,000 acre patches without having any threat to community. And it's starting to become connected fuels. And there's no profit anymore. The trees are all rotten. You know, how do we make it pay for itself? So this is I see it as like this should be a crisis, a national crisis right now. Is how we get fire back into these recent fire footprints. I'm going to shift gears a little bit to the fisheries, but...
Well, wrap it up?
Yeah. All right. Well, these are just some of the fisheries projects we're doing. It's great stuff. I do have to show you this one. This was West Fork. Thank you. This was before we added some Hellenwood, and the next year it got rid of that fish barrier there. Anyways, I think I'm at time. I mean, this one, wall-to-wall water is great. Yeah. I do want to say one last thing, which is, it's so important to bring our next generation into this. I was lucky enough to bring Rory out on burns like I often do. We did this burn right before I got diagnosed with cancer. You could actually see one of my tumors on my neck there as I was teaching her how to throw a chucker into this drainage. And it was, I had my eyes open when I talked to a Stanford researcher and found out that, 15 of the top 20 sites for smoke accumulation in the United States are right where we live in the Western Klamath Mountains. So you probably see some of your towns where you live up here. So we've been sucking it. And yeah, I'm done, and thank you. Sorry. I think if I just go too long, then you'll stop inviting me, Lenya.
No, I just keep giving you more time, and you just stay like a goldfish. Okay, our next speaker is Karen Poe, who a few days ago I would have said is with the Pacific Southwest Research Station, but is now a free agent. Really lucky to have her here with us today. So thanks, Karen.
Thank you. So I'm learning how to go after Will and cut your talk short, so you can make up some time. So I want to acknowledge some co-authors. Adam Cummings, amazing guy, he's been at this several times. Kate Wilcox, a research fellow with us for several years. Jordan Jacobs, another research fellow. Joe Wagenbrenner and David Drawley, two great hydrologists with PSW. All right, so in this talk, I really want to echo a lot of what Will was talking about. First, just how much change has happened to our landscape over the last couple hundred years, and what that brings to us as opportunity to do really good work now that we acknowledge that, and then really to think big. It's that time where we really need to start thinking big, and when we think big, we need community. So I can just sit down now. but really, that's the point of this and restoration and good restoration. So I'm going to loop in meadows, and the reason, well, I've been studying meadows for a long time now, and one reason is they're great places, they're beautiful, that's where we want to go. But the truth is, riparian meadows connect that surface flow, the groundwater. They're places where sun meets water, and truly that is the building blocks of life, right? Sun and water, the energy and the moisture. And so these are places where biodiversity comes to be, and where sediment accumulates. And so it is the foundation of life. Because of that, we as colonizers, as extractionists, came in and saw these landscapes as really, really valuable. So we've used them the past 200 years to an extreme that has made them such that they're not as productive landscapes as they used to be. And so it's a great opportunity because the sun and the water are still there. So none of this is new. We can take a fire, we can study the fire, and we can look at that landscape and see where the work is being done. Where is that sediment going? And it's going to these pink spots, those low gradient zones where that sediment's going to fall out. And so you can take a watershed, look at it and say, okay, when the fire comes through, where's that sediment going to land? It's going to land in those low gradient zones. But not if they're degraded. Okay, so we can have these low gradient areas, but if there's a big ditch running straight through the middle of it, that water, that sediment, that turbidity is just going to keep on moving. And so we lose those spaces on the landscape. So I talk about meadows, and I can remember a director of a big NGO saying that meadows are just the flavor of the week. And I thought, wow, that is a perspective I need to change. And we need to change it by not just talking about single sites, but by the landscape and what service these areas do for the landscape. And so I think it's really important to think about both that big picture, where sediment's going to accumulate, where plants and animals are going to accumulate, and what condition they're in now. And so just really quickly, I think it's really important to just think through what has happened to these landscapes through the past couple hundred years. And acknowledge that, you know, when they were truly tribal lands, these meadows were so important, and it was about life and gaining resources from those lands and nurturing them to provide those resources for several hundred years. And then when the colonists came in, what was the first thing we did? We took the beaver off the land, right? The fur rush. And so what that does is really simplifies those systems. We've lost those beaver dams that were there, and so we're starting to see that these meadows be less complex. And then from there, we had the gold rush. And when the gold rush was happening, we had huge numbers of people up in the mountains of California and the West. And to support those people, we had a lot of infrastructure, including dairies, including livestock for meat. And I think an important thing to think about, we think of these meadows as these big, open, totally flat areas where we want to have a picnic, where we want to put our trails. And the truth is, we went in at this time, right? So we have all this livestock out there. That is, the mountain lions are going, you know, this is awesome. The bears are going, this is awesome. And so they're hiding in the willow copses, and they're jumping out and getting these stupid livestock. So we came in and we cleared out all that wood, cleared out everything that would be areas where predators could hide. And so what we see today is these beautiful open meadows. Yes, there's sun and it's open compared to that forest, but they were really complex areas. And we really simplified them. So we drained them and we cleared them of the wood. And then just add cows and you have incision happening. And then we sealed the deal with putting roads in adjacent and fire suppression, and then now these are just similar upland areas where they can burn. And just to send that message home, this is from 1934, and the first sentence is, crooked streams are a menace to life. So this was what the belief system was, is let's convey that water out of the mountains and to the valleys and to the sea as fast as possible. And then you add the upland work that we've done, add these big wildfires, and so we have water moving off the forest quickly. So these are conceptual hydrographs, so a little rain. And what roads and what fire does is basically make our water coming off those slopes more flashy. And this is one of Adam's great images of the water coming off in these rivulets, hits the road, hits a culvert, and then it's a single thread fire hose from there. And then it hits that meadow surface and it just blasts on through. Okay, so not to send that home any further, but we went from these, complex, beaver-rich, woody, herbaceous meadow systems through to these single-thread ditches that basically are running through forest. And now we need to switch that back, right? So, and I'd say we don't have a lot of time. We need to start doing this fast because some of our ditches are so big and so deep that there's not much we can do. So, step one, Adam and I, spent a lot of time looking at these degraded meadows, and we're like walking through the forest to go to the next one, and we're like, I think we're still in the meadow, but we're in the forest. And so thinking about how do we take that knowledge that I think a lot of people in this room could walk through a forest and say this was a meadow, and make it clear to the rest of us that maybe don't have so much land-based knowledge. So we used existing meadows and did a little machine learning exercise in which we ignored the vegetation, and that's the key. So we weren't taking meadow and looking for meadow by looking at remote sensing or herbaceous vegetation. We were taking the underlying geomorphology, the hydrology and the climate that tells us where these meadows should be, and looking at that landscape and using that information to find potentially lost meadows. So what is a lost meadow? Basically, we know the idea of a meadow is groundwater connected, right? So probably small channels near the surface. And then what we've done is gullied those out, dropped the groundwater, allowed that forest canopy to come in, and that's basically what we consider lost meadow. And then to just be changed from this, so this is the position on the landscape. So in the Sierra Nevada, we have a lot of benches, a lot of hydrological benches, and so we have a ton of meadows. So taking advantage of those benches, and then just to contrast to a place where we wouldn't expect to see meadow, where it's geologically controlled. So we use machine learning model. I'm not going to get into it, but no vegetation was used in the model, and so these red perimeters are mapped meadows by humans. It was, I think, a 10-year project in the Sierra Nevada, and that's why we used the Sierra Nevadas, because there was a fabulous data set of existing meadows. And that was our training data, and then the blue is our output, and you can start to see what we were finding is that there was probably some pretty big meadows out there. So this is an example of what we found. Usually I do this as a GIF, but I'm going to walk through it still. So the red is the training data, the teal or whatever is the predicted meadow. We didn't run it on LiDAR, but we used LiDAR to validate our model. And so you can see the landscape underneath the vegetation using LiDAR. the things I want you to see is these channels, these deep channels. So pre-colonization, meadows really didn't have deep channels in them, and that's from the stratigraphy. But now they do. You can see this insane drain coming out, and then this one didn't have any meadow in it so it's just modeled meadow, and you can see it's pretty much a forest, but it is a flat, hydrologically connected area. You can just see this massive draining it, so it's fully converted. So to us, this model isn't just like a shaming. There was 3 times more meadow than there is today. It's the opportunity. Like when we go to do restoration, how big should we be going? What's our perimeter? Is it the existing meadow perimeter? If it is, we're probably losing out. And so the opportunities should either use the lost meadow footprint or just put it in your brain and then walk out into that forest and see where that edge is. We had some colleagues at PSW who took the lost meadow model output and ran some fire behavior models with it, some fuel connectivity, and just zooming in, so the pink is the meadows and then the fire behavior. And basically what they're saying is, if we were to get those meadows back, those wet meadows back, we would definitely affect fire behavior. They would serve as fuel breaks. They would disconnect that fuel connectivity. And there's so many other benefits as well. And then you can also zoom in and say, okay, so at a single site here, the green is our existing meadow polygons, the brown is the modeled, and we can say, okay, here's an area where we don't match up. And then we can go in the field and say what's going on, and see that there's just this single thread gully channel, probably an old ditch, moving through between those meadows, and then we can do something about it and say, wow, this is a flat forest on either side. What an easy lift, right? So we can do some work there and regain meadow. One lovely thing about working in meadows, they actually want to be meadows. Like just add water, take out some trees. So now we want to be working at scale, and we really don't want to build more roads, bring in excavators to do that work. Like, this is remote stuff. This is across the landscape, a lot of small footprints. So how do we actually do the work? And so can we use these low-tech approaches that are coming out, and do they work? So as a science group, that seemed to be where we could help and look into what people were doing on the ground and say, you know, can we back you? And so what is the low-tech restoration? It's mostly using locally sourced materials found on site. So you're working with the system, the available materials that would have been used by the meadow itself. Let the energy within the system do most of the work. And then, engage with community. That's a very important component because we can't just walk away. And so let's see what that does to the landscape. Oops. So we got some funding. We did an experiment where we were looking at meadow restoration in both burned and unburned areas, and brought students in to help do the research, and then Kevin Swift's team, Swift Water Design, with several in the room, were our treatment. And so our sort of hypothesis was that in the burn landscape, we're going to have a lot of water flowing in, we're going to have a lot of sediment moving in, but in an unrestored system, that sediment is mostly going to pass on through. With restoration, we're hoping that these structures would capture that sediment and degrade the channel. And then in the unburned, it would be potentially somewhere in between. A little less sediment in the system, but the structures would still do the good work to raise the water table. So what did we see as success? Some pretty easy things: increase surface water retention and complexity, raise the groundwater elevation, so that is absolutely imperative when you're talking about meadows, groundwater-dependent ecosystems. Capture sediment and then increase that wet meadow vegetation and herbaceous wet meadow vegetation and productivity. I'm not going to get into the details of the results, but Adam is doing a good job of explaining them. So over here is our 6 study meadows. The red is, so this is groundwater, so the higher it is on the graph, the closer it is to the surface. The red line, the red dots are pre-treatment. The bottom 2 graphs represent the control untreated meadows. And so basically what we see is post-treatment, we see close to 1 meter gain in groundwater across the board at the 4 treated meadows compared to none or even a little less in years after the untreated. And it's controlled by discharge on the x-axis, so that, because we have different water years, so you don't have driven by that. And then also, sediment capture was pretty, as expected, pretty immediate in those burned meadows. Nothing we don't know, but it's nice to have science behind you. This is somewhat hot off the press. This is some vegetation work that we did pre-treatment. So this was the veg data we collected 2 years post-fire. So fire burned in 20 in both the north and the south. In 22, we came out and did veg monitoring. Important to note, this is severe fire, so burned these meadows hot. And so one thing that's really interesting, that I find really interesting anyway, so this on your left is unburned, on the right is burned. And the model basically joins everything into 100. The green, so wetland indicator status, vegetation. So like you can group your plants by whether they're obligate wet, mesic, dry. There's myself up. There's 5 groups. We downsized to 3, and the interesting thing I think is it doesn't matter. So this is days of water close to the surface, within 55 centimeters of surface. 0 days to 300 days. So we're talking like a big change in groundwater. And in the unburned meadow, it didn't really have an effect. Whereas in the burned meadow, in the burned meadows, so this is looking at communities, we see a pretty significant effect. And that's sort of what you would think, right? And so, and then you take both, and this is depth to channel, or elevation drop to channel. So again, you'd expect this really big change. That's what drives vegetation, right, is that moisture. And not very big change in the unburned. And that's true for spatial variables as well. And so what does that mean? it's sort of baffling when you go, well, it could mean our model sucks, but I'm going to go with it doesn't. And so this zone, this mesic zone, is sort of the trash in between, right? It's like generalist plants, sort of, but it's also some wetland, some upland. So what we're seeing, and these are all degraded meadows, all 6 meadows that we're looking at are all degraded. And so what I think is happening here is this is a dying meadow. These are dying meadows that they've lost the support of what makes them a meadow, but the vegetation was there. And so it takes a really long time for that vegetation to transition. And so it's in that transition zone, but it's holding out as a meadow. And this is a lot of the meadows we see. We see the Poa pratensis, we see cheatgrass coming in, we see the change happening, but it's still a meadow. But does it mean that the meadow, the drivers of meadow are still present? Maybe not. So you throw a fire on top of that landscape. If you don't do the hydrologic work, you're going to end up dry. So this is channel incision right here. So you throw a fire on top of a dying meadow, and you're going to lose that meadow because the water is not there to support that meadow vegetation. You've just cleaned that slate, and you've opened it up and said, now let the competition be real. Who's going to win? The upland plants. So I think what this is telling us is fire is a state change. We think it's a state change in the positive, it's bringing back meadow. But if we don't do the hydrologic work at the same time, if we leave them in this degraded state, we don't collect that sediment, raise that groundwater, we're going to see a state change to upland. And that's probably why we've lost a lot of our meadow over, and so we think of like this change as slow and steady encroachment, but I think also there's some really rapid change that happens. And so just to visualize that, this is a whole meadow. Now we've modeled that out to the whole community on the meadow, and the blue represents wet now, and the orange and yellow are drier communities. And this is our unburned meadow, and then we threw the modeled fire version on top of it. And so we see this really shrinking of the wet meadow. So this is without restoration. And you see lots of forbs in these areas, and we think they're so beautiful and they're so great for pollinators, but they're not the workhorses of meadow, right? The rhizomatous graminoids that maybe aren't so pretty, but they have an amazing root structure that captures really fine sediment, lock it in place, and make that meadow and sequester that carbon. That's what we want to see coming in post-fire, even throughout the meadow. And so when we see these forbs, they tend to be along that meadow edge where it's a little drier, and that's great. But when we see them across the whole meadow, that's a bad sign. So key takeaways. One, it's easy to forget what we lost. We definitely mentally reset our baselines. And so let's take that back and really step back and see what's possible. And then low-tech restoration works. It can work. It does work. Do it right. And you can get that groundwater back up. And then without restoration, fire can convert that meadow to an upland. And then it's imperative to ramp up those restoration efforts. I do want to just throw in, I know Dr. Hankins did talk about the park fire, but Faith and Wolfie were nice enough to give me some of their slides, so this is not my work, but just some incredible, I think while it wasn't perfect, it's such a success story because as far as I know, this is the first time structures got in immediately post-fire before the first rains. I don't know how they got that permitting done, but it was pretty impressive. Got the funding. Takes some confidence. I think Wolfie's confidence when she's like, "Do you think we can do this?" "Yeah." "Okay, I'm going to do it." I'm like, "Wow, damn." That's great, and they did some amazing work out there. Pulled in tribes, companies, watershed councils. I don't know. All the groups came out there. Look at how many structures they built. Over 1,700 structures through the tribs of Big Chico Creek, and there's the collaboration. Pretty amazing in a very, very short amount of time. That's what it takes, and it really wasn't very expensive. And then they've captured a ton of sediment, which is just really, really amazing. The fire does a lot of the work for you, so it's like perfect for process-based restoration, right? So my conclusions and implications are, it is time to act and not just stare in the abyss. That we don't have all the answers. Science will never have all the answers. Science isn't about finding all the answers, but it's about finding enough to support the work. And I think what my take home is it's really time to advocate and to move on this and to come together and make it happen. To do the kind of process-based restoration we're talking about, incredible teamwork, creativity. We don't know the best ways to do it. Go out there and say, I wonder if we can use this new material that's found on site. And try it out, see if it works. Watch nature and try to mimic it and see what happens. And then, but also have an understanding, right? If you don't know the hydrology of the system, you're going in blind. Like, do some learning as well. Learn from the experts too. And then you have to have optimism in the healing power of nature. I think that's sort of one thing that in my career, I had looked back on my highs and lows, and I think the low points are when I forget just how amazing nature is at healing and recovering. And I studied frogs, and it's one of the most depressing topics because they're dying out, but they're truly amazing at coming back. And you put some of this on the landscape, and you thought they were gone, and suddenly there's, they lay a lot of eggs, so they can come back. So definitely optimism, and then it's imperative to build strong collaborations, and I think that's why we have the Sierra Meadows Partnership, the Klamath Meadows Partnership, the California Process-Based Restoration Network, and those groups together can envision that large-scale work that needs to be done. So if you're interested, there's more materials. I really suggest joining these groups. You can find them online. Acknowledge a lot of collaborators on these projects, and then we do have some papers and workshops on the Lost Meadow model if you're interested. And that's it.
So I guess I want to kind of culminate what we've been hearing into some actionable next steps for people who might be interested in actually using fire. And so I love this photo. And the thing I love about this photo is that some people would look at this photo and go, what the hell is going on there? And what Will and I see when we look at that photo is our kids burning together at Bill's house in, I think, like July or August. Rory's in shorts, Rowan's living the dream, and we're giving our kids fire, right? And giving them power to play with it and to learn, and we're right there. And they're so happy. And it's intergenerational, and it's the future, and it's the past. So I just love this picture. And it's funny, recently I was giving a presentation for the California Natural Resources Agency, and I so wanted to use this photo. I would have totally discredited myself as some kind of reputable person to be working on fire, because there's my kid with a lighter in the middle of the summer. But it's a great photo. So I guess one of the things I thought that we didn't necessarily hear today are like the specific things that you can use fire for, and the ways that you can manage and steward with fire. We kind of hinted at it through a lot of the different talks, but there are so many things, and I think in our society and in all of the attention that prescribed fire and cultural fire and beneficial fire are getting, we tend to focus just on the fuels reduction piece, which honestly is just one byproduct, one bonus of all the other things that we really are burning for. So just look at that list, and that's not even comprehensive. It's just, we're burning for so many different reasons, and there's such power in fire, and it's something that people have been using forever. So as you're thinking of your restoration projects that you're working on, even your community organizing that you're doing, fire is one of the best tools for all of those things. So for building community, I find that fire is one of our most powerful tools. And also for training and inspiring and building resilience and, of course, managing habitat and, invasive species and all of those things. So there's so much there, so much potential. But who gets to burn? And this has been the question that so many of us have been working on for our entire careers, is trying to increase access to fire. And to say that it doesn't just look like the guys on the left. That the people who are putting out fires are not the ones who should be in charge of restoring fire. There's something deeply flawed with that logic. And that the people on the right, and Rory's like the superstar of today, because I think there's been the most photos of her, Will's daughter up there on the top. But the people who have always been using fire and who will always be using fire are the people on the right in this picture. The families, the tribes, ranchers, the community members. That's what I've been working toward in my career. How do we get that access back so it's not just owned by the fire suppression agencies? So just for some stage setting, it wasn't very long ago that this list of things was true, and that beneficial fire was not a conversation topic. And when I started working on this back in 2007, no one was really talking about this work, except in little pockets. I mean, certainly in the Mid-Klamath y'all were, and definitely in certain communities. But on a larger social scale, this was not a big topic. And the path forward was really unclear. If you were someone who wanted to use fire in your restoration work or in your communities, it wasn't very clear how to do it, and it wasn't clear what risk you were taking to do it. So we've come so far over the last years, and I just wanted to walk through some of the things that we've been working on. We formed the Northern California Prescribed Fire Council back in 2009, and that was me and Will and Nick Roulette from the Watershed Center and Bill Tripp and many others to really try to bring attention and community to these issues. And we brought that TREX model to California in 2013 to kind of learn how to do cooperative prescribed fire training and to have different kinds of people burning together. There's also been such leadership by cultural practitioners in California. People like Dawn and Margot Robbins and Bill Tripp and so many others who have really inspired a revitalization of fire culture in California. And then the importation of the Prescribed Burn Association model to California, which is something that I've worked on a lot, and others in this room have as well. My colleague Allison Deek and Jared Childress and many others, really trying to say that communities should have fire available to them, and they should be able to get together and burn together. We brought this model to California in 2017 and formed the Humboldt County Prescribed Burn Association, which is where I live. And we now have 32 prescribed burn associations in California. Thousands and thousands of people are involved in this work who didn't even know it was available to them 5 years ago. It's a real movement, it's a social movement. And the cool thing about it is that it's community-led, mostly volunteer. And it has this tone of that everyone's welcome and everyone has a role. And that flies in the face of how fire is managed in California and how it has been for a long time. It doesn't need to be expensive. It doesn't need to be really bureaucratic. It's just people getting together, burning together, sharing resources, sharing time, sharing food and drink. It's really about community. And so that community building aspect of beneficial fire should not be overlooked. And I love that quote on the left. I use it all the time. I'm sure many of you have seen me use that quote. But you know, we have these statewide goals of treating 1 million acres a year. And someone in one of our workshops said, how do you prescribe burn 1 million acres in California? With 1 million landowners. And that really is the vision, that small collective action can add up to, you know, paradigm shift. So you saw, and many of you grabbed the Good Fire report. The ones I had here today were version 2, but there was an original one as well that came out in 2021, and the Karuk tribe led that effort along with many of us who are in this room. And those recommendations that came out of the Good Fire report directly influenced California's strategic plan for increasing the use of beneficial fire. These are 2 really important documents that outline policy actions that would make a difference for the use of beneficial fire in California. So I highly recommend checking those out. And I'm glad so many of you got that report. So I just wanted to walk you through some of the policy work that we've done in the last 5 years that has been pretty game-changing, really, in California for increasing that access to fire. First of all was the creation of the California State Certified Burn Boss program. And a few of us in this room are state certified burn bosses, at least 3 of us. Jared and Will, and me, I think. And Dawn, yeah, 4 of us. So that program, that came out of a bill in 2018. And what it said is that we will, as a state, recognize and certify that people who are outside the fire suppression agencies are experts in prescribed fire and are qualified to plan and implement this work. That's a huge deal. And it enabled us to add on a bunch of liability protections and opportunity for those people that we didn't have before because we didn't have a standard to point to. So we were able to change the liability standard in California. We were able to create a $20 million claims fund, which is kind of like a state-backed insurance fund for prescribed fire that cultural practitioners and burn bosses can then sign up for free and get $2 million of coverage for their projects. That's huge, because there wasn't really insurance for prescribed fire projects or cultural burning. We also were able to attract the private insurance market back into this work. And so they are really interested in that claims fund because it essentially is a $2 million deductible that the state's providing. So now if a nonprofit like NICWIC or a tribe or someone else wants to get private insurance coverage, they can get that. They didn't have access to that even a few years ago. And then just in 2024, there was a really important bill that was passed, Senate Bill 310. And this bill actually gives federally recognized tribes the opportunity to enter into agreements with the state to take over authority for permitting of fire projects on their ancestral lands. And the Karuk tribe is the first tribe to enter into that kind of an agreement. So they're kind of piloting it, and it really came from them. They were the leaders on that bill. But this is a huge opportunity for the federally recognized tribes. We realize there's some gaps there for the folks who aren't. So if you look at that list, we've made huge strides. And actually just today, there was a whole next level of effort around breaking down barriers to beneficial fire. And the governor requested that the state, the California Natural Resources Agency, and the California EPA give to him today a set of recommendations for further advancing beneficial fire. And so we've yet to see it. It's going to go to the governor by the end of today. But we got to help draft those recommendations. And it's so cool because the tone of it is so different. I mean, when I started doing this work, we were saying things like, the top barrier is a narrow burn window. You know, just like, okay, cool. Now we're like, the public resource code needs to say may instead of shall. I mean, the level of nuance that we have been able to tackle is so high that it's just, we're really at the next level in this work. So for you all, especially those of you who don't work in fire at all, but you're interested, where do you start? And there's Will. That's Will on our first treks in 2013, I think. Where do you start? Where can you get some resources for this work? So I highly recommend getting involved in your local prescribed burn association. And I put the website there, calpba.org. That has all the different PBAs listed, contact information, you know, just kind of background information. Reach out to your local tribes and cultural organizations. There are some great groups doing work in this area. The Tribal Eco Restoration Alliance in Lake County, the Cultural Fire Management Council up on the Mid-Klamath, many others, you know, Ron Good down in the southern part of the state. Other NGOs too, the Watershed Research and Training Center has an amazing fire program. The Mid-Klamath Watershed Council, the Audubon Canyon Ranch in the North Bay area. There are so many groups that are doing work in this area. So reach out and get out there with them. Private burn bosses. There are many more now. We had 0 just a few years ago. Jared, for example, he's going to be leading one of our small groups today. And he's a private burn boss. He's available for hire. He'll go out and look at projects, well, or volunteer, or whatever. Or he's too busy, I don't know. But someone who can go walk your land with you and talk about what the opportunities are. The team that I lead, so Allison, if you raise your hand, we have a network of fire advisors around the state with the University of California. And our job is to meet with you, talk to you, go look at the property, use us, use our team. And then prescribed fire training exchanges. These TREX events are huge opportunities to get out and learn and practice fire. So like Will said, they host one every year in the Klamath. Butte County has one, the Plumas has one. I mean, there are a lot of these events. I highly recommend going to somewhere else and burning. I'm actually headed to Australia next week because I lead up a TREX program focused on women in fire, and we're going to be in Queensland burning for a couple weeks. So go burn with, you know, with different people. And what about liabilities? That's always the big question. And I did talk about this in the bill section, but you've got a lot of protections now if you want to do this work that you did not have just a couple years ago. So feel confident that liability is not your biggest problem. You have a lot going for you, especially if you work with cultural practitioners and burn bosses and, you know, other folks who have experience. Okay, so I just wanted to kind of conclude and go into this quickly so I don't take up too much time with the things that center me in my fire work and that I always stay true to when I'm working on bills or on trainings or on events. These are my fire truths. So one of them is that fire is a human right. And I think we all should have access to fire. And I am totally committed to this. It's something that's easy to let slide when you start working on bills or designing certification programs, things that become requirements. It can get tricky, and you have to really stick to the idea that people should have access to fire. It's fundamental to who we are. And that fire is free, that you don't need a lot of money to start doing this work. Just yesterday, I actually got an email from some random person, I don't know who it was, and they said, I'm doing a presentation, I want to know how much it costs to start a PBA. And I was like, oh my gosh, the whole point of PBAs is that they're free. and that it's about people getting together, and all you need is people's time and passion and commitment. So you don't need money. Fire is free. And fire is pretty safe. We showed the PBAs. I did a survey for some of the insurance work that I was doing. I surveyed all the California PBAs and found that between 2019 and 2024, California PBAs had implemented 460 individual projects with no escapes and no damages. That's a really incredible success rate. That's a lot higher than what we see in our, our fire agencies. And there's a lot of care that's taken in this work, and we can do it safely. It's not that hard to do it really safely and to do it well. And fire is connected to everything, as we saw today. I mean, Dawn's presentation, Will's presentation, everyone's presentations. Fire is a keystone process. And it's beautiful. And if you've ever burned, you know what that feeling is to be part of this process and how beautiful that is. And it's joyous. And there's nothing more fun than being out burning with your friends and with your family. That's my son on the right, on one of his first prescribed burns when he was 3 or something. Super fun. And PBR needs PBAs. Now, some PBAs will tell you that they need PBR, but I think it's the other way around. So I was super excited because Karen invited me to present for her session on Friday, and we want to start working more together and really start thinking about how to bring beneficial fire into the PBR conversation, because it seems like it really hasn't been part of that conversation. And it's because of that access issue, right? Like, how would you even start? So I think we're getting there. And that's it. Does anyone want to share any reflections from today, like things that went well, or things that you didn't like, or things that you learned, or things that are actionable that you're going to take away with you? Just want to share a little bit before we say goodbye. Anyone?
I thought it was a really great session. I missed it last year, so I'm glad you did it again this year.
Oh, good. Well, I was glad to see your name on the list. Anything come up? Yeah.
I guess I just feel now like a bigger sense of urgency. Like, I felt a little distressed, I'll admit, during some of this talk, like just because of the state of the world, but I'm coming out of it positively, but yeah.
Good. Did you get one of the door prizes?
I did.
Oh, good. Yeah. And I did notice there's one more shirt over there that is unclaimed, so someone has to take that. Don't let the donor walk away with that. Any other reflections? Yeah.
Say I feel inspired by the connections of the various streams coming together and trying to build something bigger together.
Can you repeat it?
I'm sorry? I just feel really inspired by the different streams coming together. No pun intended, but to really build something at scale. And there's a lot of hope and inspiration in that.
Awesome. I think that's definitely what we were aiming for here. So, yeah. I have all your emails, and I did send out that contact sheet, so you all have each other's contacts as well. And I can send out some follow-up materials, like some of the handouts and links to some of the reports and things like that, just to make sure you all have those. And I had one person ask about the Women in Fire program that I briefly mentioned. So if that's something you're interested in, send me an email and I'll add you to my mailing list for that too. That's kind of a separate program, but super cool and inspiring. Good way to get hands-on experience and be part of a bigger global network of practitioners. Yeah?
I really enjoyed what I learned, but I also would like to see some understanding of how we got here in the first place. Like I've got satellite imagery that I produced with the Climate Fisheries Task Force in '92 that shows the whole region burned and in brush fields. Very little old growth left. But you have to see it from about 500 miles up to really see the panorama. And fire is going to overwhelm us. And this year we're going to have a hell of a fire season because we've had a lot of rain. I'm up in the northern part, in the Sauk area, southern Oregon, northern California. And we're going to have brush burning like crazy this year. It's hotter generally. Wind is picking up over time. We're having more wind every day now, and bigger winds more often, with bursts of 50, 60 mile an hour, and that just takes fire, and it's like a blowtorch. And so I don't see policy being discussed here at the higher levels of the juggernaut that's coming from DC right now, trying to turn the Forest Service into another fire zone by overcutting what's left. And so I don't see people even anticipating how to deal with that coming up, but we need to. And I mean, I'm too old now. I've been at this since '75 or thereabouts, okay? And we predicted that with herbicide spraying, plantation development, even without herbicides, with big clear cuts, they were going to produce this checkerboard pattern where the plantations are highly flammable with Douglas fir, with ceanothus and other highly flammable other broadleafs and mixed in with them. And when lightning comes in the summertime, late summer, and ignites those lower areas, it burns through the plantation and goes up and into the canopy that hasn't been cut yet. And so then you get crown fires and you end up with stuff like the Paradise or other fires like that, the August fire.
So you wish we would have had more presentations with, you're saying you wish we would have had more discussion about some of the federal policy?
Yeah, and what's coming our way and
Yeah.
what we need to prepare for this summer.
Yeah.
Because it's on us, basically.
Cool, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any other reflections that you want to share? I think we're probably at time. So I just want to thank you all for taking the time to be here and for showing the interest, and to all the speakers. I mean, I thought the speakers were outstanding today. So yeah, feel free to reach out and let's do it again next year. Right? Okay, bye you guys.